Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you, Brian Dennett producing and engineering today, and we have got extensive coverage of the Bennington Regional. We will be bringing you coverage of every game today involving Sacred Heart and or Bennington, and that includes a potential regional championship game with a ticket to the 1-2A state tournament on the line. It all starts here with the first of two semifinals. Sacred Heart, the 6th seed, 16-9, taking on the 3-seeded Rosville Dogs at 20-7. The first pitch gets us underway. It is in for a strike, and let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Lady Knights of Sacred Heart. Leading off, it's second baseman Kerrigan Thompson, then shortstop Sage Gordine, right fielder Eden Sharpton in the 3-hole. Lauren Penn, the third baseman, batting cleanup today. In the 5-hole, it's starting pitcher Bryn Bouchard, then catcher Bailey Holcomb, first baseman Brooke Patterson, DP Ariana Rivas, and center fielder Tonley In brings up the rear of the lineup for Sacred Heart today. The flex will be Eliana Carrasco. She will play left. Her bat not in the lineup, at least not here at the top of this contest. Sacred Heart looking to start things off right here. Kerrigan Thompson will swing through a pitch, and that will even the count, or rather fill it up, at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Let's meet the player in the circle here on the other side as Fallon Clerman, the sophomore sensation, gets the start today. Weak pop up, lifted up, and caught for the first out of the contest. But taking a look at the numbers for Fallon Clerman this year, the sophomore has been great. She is making her 16th appearance of the season. This is also her 15th start of the year. She's tossed 81 1/3 inning, and she has a 4-2 record, 1 save on the season, a 3.36 ERA, a 1.27 WHIP, 48 strikeouts compared to just 24 walks, only 5 hit batters this season. Opponents are hitting just .239 off of Clerman this season. Clerman starts things off to Sage Gordine with a ball. See if she can bring it back across here. We'll have plenty to talk about throughout the course of the day. Obviously, upwards of 3 games here on Salina Post. This is a Rosville team that I think is better than the record indicates. You look at 20-7, you think, okay, so 7 times a team found a way to get them. But you look at the teams they lost to this year, and it is a who's who of 3 and 4A schools that we expect to be contending for state titles, as this one misses up high. That includes Silver Lake, Santa Fe Trail, Topeka Hayden, Onega, and Nemaha Central. I believe Onega, the only 1-2A team that they have a loss on the season to. Right now, trying to continue working their way through postseason play as a called strike on the inner half will even things up here at 2-2. Sacred Heart playing an excellent brand of softball down the stretch as well. A +110 run differential. We'll talk more about that. As this one misses down and inside, it's a good take for Gordine. And the count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes here on the 2-hole hitter. Sacred Heart with an early opportunity to get a runner aboard. Trying to make a little madness here in the top of the first. Clerman comes to the ready. She'll bring it home, and a good job just to get a piece of it there for Gordine. Gordine back in the box on the season. Sage Gordine, a freshman, batting .324. 23 hits on the year, one of a cluster of 6 Lady Knights in the low to mid-20s this season. She might have another here, although a good backhanded stab, and the throw across is in time. That is an excellent play defensively for Brooke Springer from her spot at shortstop. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and take you around the horn defensively for this Rosville team. Nora Mitchell gets the start behind the dish. It'll be Shaylee Hubble over at first base, Claire Whitmore at second, Brooke Springer, who just made that play, at shortstop, and then Maggie Sanders is your third baseman today. This ball popped up. We might have to meet the rest of the defense in just a bit, and we will, as it's 3 quick outs to start this contest. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we have got the home half of inning number 1. Rosville up to bat when we return. You are watching high school regional softball. It's brought to you today by Bennington State Bank.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back in here on the campus of Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you as we go to the home half of inning number 1. And let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Rosville Lady Dogs. They will start a shortstop in Brooke Springer in the leadoff spot. She'll be followed by starting pitcher Fallon Clerman. Then center fielder Kenna P. Ryan, second baseman Claire Whitmore in the cleanup spot today. Batting fifth, it's the left fielder Nora Burdick. Then DP Addie Henry, center fielder Nora Mitchell, first baseman Shaylee Hubble, and third baseman Maggie Sanders brings up the caboose of the lineup for Rosville today. Lily Mitchell is the flex. She will play out in right field. That's a look at your starting lineup for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. The Rosville Lady Bulldogs. A lot of Bulldogs here at this regional. Following this game, we'll have coverage of the second semifinal. That one will be between Bennington, the 1 seed, and Valley Falls, the 7 seed. But right now, it's scoreless action between Rosville and Sacred Heart, and a good pitch across and in for a strike delivered by Bryn Bouchard. Bouchard, a freshman, making her 23rd appearance of the year. This is her 22nd start. 119 innings pitched. She has seen the lion's share of the innings this year for Sacred Heart. She has a 15-6 record As she brings it home, it is weak contact right back to her, and she will glove it for out number 1. So as Fallon Clerman gets up to bat here, let's take a closer look at some more numbers for Bryn Bouchard this year. A 4.46 ERA, a 1.63 whip, 116 strikeouts compared to 70 walks and 20 hit batters. Opponents are hitting 246 on average off of Bryn Bouchard. First pitch here, in for a called strike to Fallon Clerman. This is a very dangerous Rosville lineup. Clerman has been a big part of that. She bats .416. She slugs .562. 37 hits for her this season. She will take upstairs, and the count starts off at 1-1. Of course, the winner of this game will take on the winner of Valley Falls and Bennington for a ticket to the 1-2A state tournament next week. It's starting to get to be that time of year. We've already seen the majority of teams from our area and really a majority of the teams around the state eliminated from playoff contention. By the end of tomorrow, we really are going to know who the 8 best teams, baseball or softball, in all 5 classifications are. That one brought home, lifted out to center field. It will drop in just in front of Tonley in, and it's a 1-out single for Fallon Clerman to start things off here for Rosville. Let's take you around the horn defensively for Sacred Heart. Bailey Holcomb gets the start behind the dish. It'll be Brooke Patterson over at first, Thompson at second, Sage Gordine at short, Lauren Penn tending to the hot corner at third base. Your outfield from left to right, Carrasco in left, Tonley in center, and Sharpton out in right. Runner aboard here, squaring to bunt. The runner goes. A good throw down to second, but they did not get the tag on in time. And Fallon Clerman is in with a stolen base. That's going to come into play today. This is a very good Rosville team in terms of aggressiveness on the base paths. They've now got a runner in scoring position with Kenna Pirine at the plate. Pitch to Pirine in there for a strike, and the count goes to 1-2. Pirine, only a freshman, but you wouldn't know it looking at her numbers. She bats .467. She's slugging .870. 43 hits, 11 doubles, 4 triples, and 6 home runs. She has 40 RBI this year. Gets caught golfing at a pitch here, and that's going to, it's a foul tip. So Clerman will hold up at second base. Pirine trying to bring in the game's first run. Rosville got here with a 14-1 win over Horton. That game played earlier this week on Monday. Sacred Heart knocked off Donovan West 4-0 yesterday. Another 1-2 offering. Good breaking ball, but it misses low and inside. And the count is even, 2-2. You saw Pirine thought about pulling the trigger on that, but she elects to hold off. That is the right call, and the count is 2-2. Pitch brought home, missed it upstairs, and the count is full here on Kenna Pirine. Really, one of the only knocks on Bouchard this season has been the control numbers. 70 walks and 20 hit batters, so 90 free passes issued over the course of her 22 games pitched. And it's another free pass here as Kenna Pirine will take her base on a 1-out walk. That will pave the way for Claire Whitmore, whose numbers have been just as good this year. Batting .422, slugging .700. Another sophomore, by the way. We're talking about a Rosville team that's done all of this with just 3 impact seniors on the roster. Whitmore takes the first pitch in for a called strike outside, nods her head as if to say, okay, I've seen it now. We'll see how Bouchard pitches to this lineup. Like I said, this is a very strong Rosville squad at 20-7. They've taken on some of the state's best. Pitch on the way, that gets her. So Whitmore hit by a pitch, and the bases are loaded for Nora Burdick. Clerman moves up to third, Pirine to second. Whitmore will take her base. Still just 1 out in the inning, and here comes Nora Burdick. Burdick, a junior, batting .419. She has 31 hits on the season. She does have 1 home run, 19 RBI. This is a great chance to pad the RBI stat. First pitch to her, boy, seemingly just taking all the way. We've seen that out of most of these hitters. And you wonder if Bouchard has seen it too, because she's not gotten overly crafty with the first pitch to each individual hitter. Bouchard back in the circle, an 0-1 count. Pitch to Burdick. It's in the dirt. Boy, Burdick wanted that one. You could see her leaning out, looking for a pitch to hit. You want to talk about getting amped up. Now is the time. You got the bases loaded in a scoreless playoff elimination game. Rosville trying to take the game's first lead. Bouchard from the circle stares in. She will deliver home the pitch. That one lifted up in the air. It's shallow, and boy, that's Gordine who makes the catch. They're going to try to throw down to third. It's not in time, and give Nora Burdick a sacrifice fly to the shortstop. So that brings in the game's first run. It also allows Pirine and Whitmore to each move up a base, and it brings in Fallon Clermont. And they're going to appeal. Hey, you might as well. And she's out. And that is the end of the inning. Wow, they're going to say Fallon Clermont is out on appeal, and that will not only end the first, it's going to wipe out the first run of this game. We'll step away. They're arguing it, but yeah, you're not going to get a call overturned at the high school level. And that will take us to the second inning of play. We'll step away. We'll have it for you when we return. Contentious here at the Regional Softball Tournament. It's brought to you today by Bennington State Bank.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hardworking diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
New Image Audio is offering ceramic tint. If you're sending your child off to school or your wife on a road trip, ceramic tint offers heat rejection up to 90%, privacy in a college town or in the city, helps keep the wear down on the AC system, making your car easier to cool down. Never worry about your kid locking their keys in their car. With Drone Mobile, you can unlock their car from anywhere. Vehicle breakdown in an unknown area, GPS locating helps roadside service find your loved one quickly with the ability to send the vehicle location directly to the rescue squad. New Image Audio, located at 340 South Broadway. Phone calls welcome.
Welcome back in. Well, you want to talk about a big moment in a big game and something that could potentially turn the fortunes around. Instead of giving up a run and instead of leaving two runners in scoring position, Sacred Heart appeals the out-recorded on-set appeal, and Rosville, in a roundabout way, strands the bases loaded. So we are still scoreless as we head to the second inning. Lauren Penn, Bryn Bouchard, and Bailey Holcomb to lead things off here for Sacred Heart. First two pitches both inside from Clermont. Let's go ahead and take a look at our new Image Audio keys to the game. For Sacred Heart, it's going to be not allowing free base runners. We've already seen two of those. But I'll tell you what, that could really be the key to unlocking something special today if Bryn Bouchard can make Rosville earn everything that they get. And then for the Lady Knight offense, I mean, they've got to find a way to manufacture some runs. We've seen them stymied a couple of times this season. They have been playing well offensively as of late. They split with Russell. They split with Beloit. A couple of really good teams here. It's a hot shot fair down the line. Lauren Penn turning, thought about two. She'll come back. But it's a leadoff single here for Sacred Heart. And the Lady Knights with a runner aboard here in the second for Bryn Bouchard. That's about best case scenario, all things considered. And you see the natural surfaces at work here in Bennington. I don't have the dimensions. They're not listed out there. They've got the temporary softball fencing up, but it is an all-natural surface, both on the infield and the outfield. And typically that thing has a chance to roll. It died. Picked up by Burdick out and left. By the way, didn't have a chance to finish out the defense for Rosville in the first inning. But it's Mitchell behind the plate, Hubble at first, Whitmore at second, Springer at short, and Sanders at third. Burdick in left, Pirine in center, and Mitchell out in right. Here it's a chance potentially to roll two. Sanders eats the throw, though, and that's going to allow everybody to be safe. Okay. So Bryn Bouchard is going to reach On an E5, Lauren Penn safe at second. Sacred Heart's got a little something going here. And I think we're going to have a courtesy runner coming in for Bryn Bouchard over at first base, and we do. So a courtesy runner coming in for the Lady Knights. That is Alexa Blackwell. Blackwell in for Bouchard. Bailey Holcomb at the dish. Squares to bunt. It's awkward. It'll roll foul, and they will let it. Blackwell aboard at first, Penn aboard at second. Take a look at the numbers this season for Bailey Holcomb. Another freshman, batting .292, 19 hits, no extra base hits, but 16 RBI. And right now with one down, Sacred Heart, actually nobody out. Sacred Heart more than content to play some small ball, although now they will have no other choice but to let it rip. 0-2 the count. Fallon Clerman looking to record what would be a crucial out. You already feel the pressure ratcheting up a little bit here in this playoff game. Holcomb has to get protective. Pitch misses outside. Speaking of dimensions and surfaces, it is a very, and I mean very short run from home plate back to the backstop, and we've got wood planking, so it's tough to bring a runner in from third unless you get an incredible jump. 1-2, pitch to Holcomb, inside, ball two, and things are evened up here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sacred Heart, not a steal-happy team. They've only got 54 steals on the season. 16 of those come from Kerrigan Thompson, but you know that they're going to be opportunistic in a game like this. 2-2, yanked foul down the left field line. Bailey Holcomb turned on it, gave it a ride, but that will ultimately keep things right where they're at. On the other side of this bracket, Valley Falls defeated Troy 17-0, and Bennington gave a whooping to Republic County 16-0. Here it's another 2-2. It's another foul tip. And Bailey Holcomb continues to stay alive at the plate. Sacred Heart team has had its ups and downs this season. Last year, they made it to the semifinals of the regional round. If they could find their way past Rossville, they would be in uncharted territory, at least here recently. 2-2 lifted up in the air, but coming in is Pirine, and she will make the catch. That is 1 away here in the second. That brings up Brooke Patterson. Patterson batting in the 7-hole today. You look at her numbers. A sophomore batting .246, 15 hits, 2 doubles. She has 12 RBI, 11 runs scored. Trying to keep this rally rolling here for Sacred Heart. Lady Knights looking for the game's first lead. First pitch in for a called strike. You see Clerman starting to settle in just a bit. Clerman, as I mentioned before, has been very good. She has gotten touched up, but by some really excellent competition. So you wonder what we'll see from her the rest of the way as this one misses high. And the count goes even, 1 ball, 1 strike. Ariana Rivas, the DP, is in the on-deck circle. Then it would be Tonley in. And then back to the top of the lineup. Big swing and a miss. That is strike 2, and the count 2-1 ball and 2 strikes. Patterson back in the box. Seemingly anything but an infield pop-up or a strikeout could help you here. Pitch from Clerman. That ball lifted up. Awkward route, but Burdick is able to record the out and fire it in just in time, and that is 2 gone. So it falls to Ariana Rivas to try to continue the inning. The sophomore coming in batting .250 on the year, 12 hits for her, including a couple of doubles, a triple, and 12 RBI. Lady Knights trying to capitalize. Remember, they got their 2 runners aboard with nobody out. Since then, a pair of flyouts to the outfield has left us here as the count starts 0-1 here to Rivas. Rivas back in the box. Clerman back in the circle. Brings it home. That one just about got her, but she's able to duck out of the way. Clerman, her numbers have been solid from a control perspective. 48 strikeouts. Addie Henry's been arguably better. You wonder if they're trying to save her for a potential championship game. As Rivas cuts over the top. And the count goes to 1-2. Sacred Heart fans making some noise. Rivas back in the box. A long look in from Fallon Clerman. Here comes the 2-2. Outside, ball 3. Actually, sorry, ball 2. Scoreboard a touch slow. The 2-2 the count now. Rivas back in the box. Sacred Heart looking to break the deadlock here in the top of the second. The pitch. Called strike 3. Very late call, but that is the ruling. And that is 3 gone here in the second. So we will step away. When we come back, we have got the home half of inning number 2. It's presented today by Bennington State Bank.
Salina Surgical Hospital is a high-quality surgical facility with a comfortable and home-like atmosphere. Together with our community's greatest doctors, we are committed to a patient care model where exceptional satisfaction is the norm and every patient feels like they are treated with respect, dignity, and compassion. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local community-involved physicians. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure with us. Salina Surgical Hospital. Your voice, your choice.
Whether on the field, court, or in the operating room, experience matters. A coach loves an experienced team just like a patient values an experienced doctor. Salina Ortho has ABOS board-certified physicians with over 40 years of orthopedic service. If you need help staying active or just want to discuss options regarding the newest techniques and services and specialties that Salina Ortho provides, see one of our trusted physicians or visit salinaortho.com. Salina Ortho, your voice, your choice, past, present, and future.
As we go to the home half of inning number 2, it'll be Addie Henry to lead things off, then Nora Mitchell and Shaylee Hubble for a Rosville team that, boy, it looked like they were going to strike. As a pop out by Springer, then a single, a walk, and a hit by pitch, and then what appeared to be a sacrifice fly, but turned into a technicality double play as Sacred Heart appealed to third, and the umpiring crew said that the runner left the bag early. So that retired Fallon Clerman, and it leaves us scoreless heading into inning number 2 here. Home half after a scoreless frame for Sacred Heart. Rosville trying to restart the party here in inning number 2, and a good pitch, but it misses high by Bryn Bouchard. Count 1-2 here. Bouchard out for a second inning of work. Would expect Bouchard would be the arm that this team leans on throughout the majority, or the remainder, I should say, of the season. As this one is popped up, it'll find its way back to the fence and off the foot of Bailey Holcomb. They have used Sage Gordine this year, or Gordine, sorry. 21 innings pitched, but a 9.3 ERA. So you feel like they're going to leave it on the arm of Bouchard, and that feels like the right call. For anyone that knows Bouchard and what a competitor she is. 1-2, another infield pop-up, drifting into foul territory, switching glove side, and Bailey Holcomb gloves it for out number 1. I feel like I keep bringing it up over the course of the season anytime we do Sacred Heart, but, well, when a team goes out and does something special, you got to keep bringing it up, right? Sacred Heart, several of the girls on this team also won a state championship, the first in school history for the girls basketball program earlier this year. They got the win over Ellenwood, and like I said, several familiar faces from one roster to another. Bouchard back in the circle and ready to go. Nora Mitchell taking her first at-bats of the day. Pitch to Mitchell, hit on the ground, and it's booted by Thompson. So an E4, the first error of the day for Sacred Heart, is going to put a runner aboard here for Rosville. And it comes here with only 1 out. Now a courtesy runner coming in here for Rosville as the Dogs go to the bench. Let's see, for Rosville, coming in to run over at first base is Maya Donovan, a freshman. So electing to go with a little more speed over at first. First pitch misses high. Couple additional numbers for this Rosville offense. As a team, they bat .362. They slug .525. They have hit 21 home runs, and they steal or have stolen 101 bases on the year. Just as I say that, they will try to bunt the runner over, but this time around it will not work out, and the count stays at 1 ball, 1 strike. Shaylee Hubble at the plate for this Rosville team. Hubble's put together a solid season, both as a pitcher and at the plate. Takes one in the dirt, runner goes, and yeah, that'll allow Donovan to move up on the pass ball and into scoring position. But to go back here and look at the numbers for Hubble, the senior, batting .279. That's one of the lowest averages in the lineup, just to tell you how good this team has been. That ball gets under the mitt of Gordine, but they will hold the runner up at third. And it's runners at the corners now for Maggie Sanders following the one-out single. So Rosville threatening to score once again here. You also wonder how long Hubble might be for first, given the way things are. But Sanders with a chance to drive in the game's first run. First pitch to Sanders. She squares to bunt, pulls it back. The runner does go to second. And Sacred Heart does the wise thing and will let her have the bag. No sense in doing anything silly and allowing the runner to come home to score, especially not with one out. Sanders this year batting .235, 12 hits. One of those, though, for a home run as she'll cut over the top of a high rise ball in the count to 1-1. Sacred Heart was able to strand 2 runners in scoring position at the end of the first inning. Trying to do something similar here. Pitch on the way, another big swing and a miss, strike 3, and that is just what the doctor ordered. As the first strikeout of the day for Bryn Bouchard, and it could not have come at a better time. So Brooke Springer steps up for the second time today. She popped out back to Bouchard her first time up. This is where the order gets very dangerous for Rosville from the top down. I mean, like many orders, but these numbers have been crazy. Springer batting .347, but slugging .624. She has 6 home runs this season. That one misses high, but the runner holds up, and that's where I told you about that short backstop earlier today. It is tough to bring a runner in to score on a ball that gets by. Normally there's a little bit more of a run out before you actually get there, but yeah, not today. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Pressure pitches here for Bouchard. She will bring it home. It is fouled away, and that is 2 strikes down here on Brooke Springer. Rosville has been dead even this year. 94 strikeouts, 94 walks. Neither patient nor overly aggressive. Boy, I'll tell you what, if there is a strikeout here to end the inning, this Sacred Heart crowd behind me is going to go nuts. The 2-2. That one struck well. That continues to carry. It is down, and that's going to bring in 2 runs. Brooke Springer holds up at second base with a 2 RBI double, and Rosville takes the game's first lead here in the second. Good piece of hitting there for Brooke Springer. Picked out a pitch she liked and drove it to deep left. And that brings in both Hubble and Donovan. It also turns things here to Fallon Clermont. Wonder if this at bat for Clermont, she may have a bit of a chip on her shoulder after being called out for leaving the base early. First pitch in the dirt, hold up there. Holcomb will grab it. Springer does have 14 stolen bases this year. She is one of 4 teammates with 10 or more on the season, second only to Kenna Pirine. 1-0 pitch. That one taken the other way, but that will find its way into foul territory. So the count evens here at a ball and a strike. Just a reminder, in case you weren't with us at the top of the broadcast, we've got coverage of every single game today that involves either Sacred Heart or Bennington. That means after this one, we'll have the semifinal between the 2-seeded Lady Bulldogs of Bennington and the 7-seeded Valley Falls Lady Dragons. And then later today, as we get into more of the evening slate, if either Sacred Heart or Bennington advances to the championship game, we'll be right here for that as well. All 3 games can be found right here on this same link, so you don't have to go anywhere. And if you know anyone that can't make it out to the game and you're tuning in, be sure to share the link and let them know that they can tune in right here. Hot shot. Oh, and a brutal bounce. They're going to turn and wave the runner, and she will be in. Oh, my goodness. Aggressive for Brooke Springer. Even if that was fielded cleanly, she was going right away. And another run comes in for Rosville. You can't rule that an error in good faith. That's a tough spot on the dirt and an awkward hop. So call it an RBI double for Fallon Clerman. And we have got another courtesy runner coming in here for the Dogs. As coming in to run for Clerman is Keena Catrone. Catrone aboard at second. Pirine at the plate. And the first pitch misses up and out. Next pitch, that one fouled back to the concession stand here in Bennington in the count. 2-1-1. The unfortunate thing, too, because of the error, all of these runs are unearned. At this point, Bouchard not really going to care all that much about her ERA, trying to keep runs off the board. Pitch coming in. That one fouled back. And the scoreboard, I'm not sure about that. The scoreboard reads 4-0. I may need to get clarification. Yeah, Brian Dennett asking me. I'm pretty sure it's 3-0 here. So we'll check on that in between innings. But for right now, it's Pirine at the plate. She will send one. That will find its way foul. Catrone still aboard at third. Yeah, because it was the error that allowed Mitchell to reach. Hubble singled, strikeout of Sanders, and then the 2 RBI double. And then Springer came in to score what should have been the game's third run. Big 1-2 pitch. Misses low. And the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. If nothing else, that brutal schedule has allowed Rosville to see a lot of top-notch pitching across the state of Kansas. Trying to put all those lessons to use here. 2-2 from Bouchard in the dirt, and the count is full. To be fair, Bouchard has not given any free passes this inning. It's been all hits and 1 error that's allowed Rosville to come out and do their thing. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 gone here in the second. Bouchard brings it home. It's fouled away. And we will do it again. Rosville dugout making some noise here. Trying to advance through to the championship round here at regionals. 3-2. Bouchard looks in for the sign. Here comes the pitch. Has her way out in front of it. She'll pick it up. The flip to first is in time, and that will end the inning. But not before Rosville gets on the board. They strike for 3 runs. We will step away. We've got more high school regional softball. When we come back, it's brought to you courtesy of Bennington State Bank.
At AJ Honey Farms, the honey is just the beginning. From raw honey and wax melts to happy bee balm and beekeeping gear, they've got everything buzzing with local flavor. Whether you're soothing a sore throat, starting your own hive, or gifting something sweet to a loved one, AJ Honey Farms brings the bees and the kind of sweetness only they can bottle.
This is Alan from AJ Honey Farms right here at 901 North 9th Street in Salina, Kansas. We truly appreciate your continued support and thank you for choosing local.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Back at the ballpark as we pick up the action, and the scoreboard still reads 4-0. I'm still pretty sure it's 3-0, but like I said, we'll see if we can't get that straightened out. In the meantime, Sacred Heart will send Tonley in. Kerrigan Thompson and Sage Gordine to the plate. And trying to square to bunt here on the first pitch is Tonley in. Fans, don't forget to check out our Salina Post Facebook page and at S-Post Sports on X all week long to see highlights from around the area. Proudly presented by the good folks at Billings Group. That next pitch is also fouled off. So the count here evens, I believe, at 2-2. Tonley in. Doing her best to start something for the Lady Knights. Hits it on the ground, a swinging bunt. It's picked up by Sanders. High throw, and they said she did not get the foot down on the bag in time. Give Tonley in an infield single. And for the second consecutive inning, it's a base knock to lead things off for Sacred Heart. That turns it over to Kerrigan Thompson and the top of the lineup. Thompson has been great in her freshman campaign, batting .301, slugging .438. 22 hits, a home run, 18 driven in. And now the scoreboard has been corrected. It is 3-0, and apparently I'm not crazy. Or I am crazy, just not in that regard. Thompson trying to move the runner, although we know the speed that she's got. If she's laying one down, it's not necessarily a sacrifice bunt. More often than not, if she's bunting. She is bunting to try to hit. See if they have her do it again here with an 0-1 count. They will not. She will swing away. The runner goes, got a very late jump, and ooh, they're going to call her safe. Okay, Tonley in with a stolen base. Runner in scoring position, and now Kerrigan Thompson with a chance to potentially bring in the game's first run. Tonley in aboard at second. Thompson at the plate. The 0-2 is hit up the middle. Backhanded stab, throw to first in time. That's a good play by Whitmore. And it's one down here in the third. So Sage Gordine at the plate. 0 for 1 today, grounded out back in the first inning. It's a 3-run deficit for Sacred Heart to try to overcome. That ball lifted out to straightaway center. Pirine is in and makes the catch. And that is 2 away here in the top of the third. We have got a slew of games that we can let you know about from yesterday. And by the way, if you're looking for area scores, Salina Post is the place to be. We've got all of these scores and updates from yesterday's contests there. This one skipped in the dirt to Eden Sharpton. So yesterday, Chapman softball made it to state. They punched their ticket by virtue of a 6-0 win over Augusta. Salina Central Baseball did the same. They defeated Topeka Seaman 2-0. Southeast of Salina defeated Chaparral 2-1 in the semifinals, but then fell to Burlington. This ball smoked up the middle. That gets through. Pirine picks it up. She will deliver a strike as they sent the runner. It's a great throw, and they nailed her. What a throw from Pirine in center. And Kenna Pirine keeps a run off the board. That will wrap up the third inning, at least the top half of it. Bottom half, when we return, coverage of today's games brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
4 walls and a roof can make a house, but a home, that's where life happens. First steps, backyard birthdays, morning coffee, sunsets on the porch. Home isn't something you buy, it's something you feel. And when it's right, you just know. For 22 years, Dan Goebel has helped people in Salina find that feeling. And now, he's here to help you. Your home is out there. Dan Goebel knows the way. Call 785-819-1904 or visit Salina Homes to find your way home.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community or the camaraderie at Southeast of Salina. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Heart of the order due up for the Rosville Lady Dogs. It'll be Claire Whitmore, Noah Burdick, and Addie Henry to lead off the third. And boy, Rosville's had some base running adventures throughout the course of the day. They were able to get 3 runs across in the second inning. They have stranded a runner in scoring position in each of the first 2 frames. And here it's Claire Whitmore who fouls one back for strike number 1. Another inning of work for Bryn Bouchard back out in the circle here for Sacred Heart. Trying to keep the deficit manageable for the Lady Knights. As Sacred Heart this season, they've outscored their opponents 234 to 124, a plus 110 run differential. This one is stabbed by Lauren Penn. It's a great throw and a good squeeze by Patterson to record the first out of the inning. So that'll bring up Nora Burdick, who had the sac fly revoked. Burdick hit one out to the shortstop. Gordine grabbed it, and they said the runner left the bag early, so that was the way that the inning came to an end. It was a de facto double play. Here it's a good drop ball, and the count starts 0-1 to Nora Burdick. Burdick back in the box. Her numbers have been great this year. Who's haven't for Rosville? 419 average, 514 slugging on the season. She gets a hold of that one. Chasing it back is Tonley in, and she will glove it for out number 2. So a good start to the inning for Bouchard, who collects the first 2 outs pretty quickly here. And now it's Addie Henry, the DP, digging in for Rosville. Did not go through it earlier, but in case you're watching on the stream and for whatever reason you're not a diehard fan of one of these 2 schools, Rosville today is in the all-black jerseys with the white pinstripes, red numerals trimmed in white. Here it's a ball that eats up Lauren Penn, but she recovers in time to make the throw to first and knock out a 1-2-3 inning. We'll step away. We've got 4th inning action. When we come back, you're watching regional softball coverage. It is brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
After a quick 1-2-3 inning, we go here to the visitors' 4th. Sacred Heart up to bat for the 4th time today, and it will be the bottom third of the lineup. Or no, sorry, it will be the middle of the lineup with Lauren Penn, Bryn Bouchard, and Bailey Holcomb. Sacred Heart today, of course, in the all-navy jerseys, gold numerals trimmed in white with the white pants. Opposite Rosville in the all-blacks. 1-0 the count here to start things off to Lauren Penn. She will hit one near the pitcher. It's off her mitt, but a good recovery there for Whitmore, who's already made some really good plays today, and that's one down to bring up Bryn Bouchard. Want to also thank the good folks at Hire Scott Mortuary who want to wish you a safe and happy Memorial Day weekend for their coverage, or their help in bringing you coverage of today's game. Fresh count to Bouchard, reached on an error in an eventful second inning. Here she will lift one out to right field. It's grabbed by Mitchell, and that's two gone here in the fourth. Going back to a couple of other scores from yesterday. It was a very busy day. In quarterfinal action, Sacred Heart, this very Sacred Heart softball team, defeated Donovan West 4-0. Ellsworth knocked off Russell 5-3. That's a Lady Bearcat team that plays today. And Conway Springs eliminated Minneapolis in one of the wildest games that you'll see, 15-10. First pitch misses high for a ball. Semifinal softball action, southeast of Salina defeated Harrington 16-0. Clearwater took care of Abilene 10-0. And the stunner of the day, Eisenhower defeated Salina Central 8-1. That was a Lady Mustang team that was the 3 seed that was hosting a regional and that had very high hopes. They fall in the opening round of said regional. Semifinal softball action, Central got by Newton 10-3. Mission Valley took down Sacred Heart baseball in a heartbreaker 3-2. Mulvane knocked off Abilene 7-0. Goddard took care of Salina South 9-0. And Concordia took care of Chapman 10-0. Those are all of the scores from yesterday around our area. This one in for a called strike at the knees. Bailey Holcomb did not like the call. She will have to be cautious here with a 2-2 count. Clerman's looked good so far. She is continuing to settle in. Rocks into the windup, brings home the pitch. Soft contact, Clerman stabs it, picks it up. The throw to first is in time, and it's a 1-2-3 half for both teams as we go to the home half of inning number 4. We're halfway home from Bennington. It's game number 1, the first of hopefully 3 today. We'll have more coverage coming your way when we return. Bottom of the 4th here on Salina Post Sports Network.
Ready to take your nursing career to the next level? Memorial Health System in Abilene is hiring full-time registered nurses for their hospital emergency department, and they've got the perks to match. Sign-on bonuses, shift and weekend differentials, a child care stipend, and tuition reimbursement to keep you moving forward. Bring your skills where they'll make the biggest impact, right here in Abilene. Apply today at srhc.com. That's srhc.com to apply for this opening at Memorial Health System in Abilene, taking care of you so you can take care of others.
Love is in the air and bridal season is here. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been helping couples celebrate life's most meaningful moments for over 140 years. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands, every piece is crafted to tell your unique story. Whether you're planning the perfect proposal or preparing for a big day, our experienced team is here to guide you every step of the way. Vernon Jewelers, downtown Salina, serving you for over 140 years because we're not old, just really good at what we do.
To the home half of inning number 4 we go. The bottom third of the order due up here for the Rossville Lady Bulldogs. Nora Mitchell, Shaylee Hubble, and Maggie Sanders to lead things off. We do have one other game happening right now. That sees Topeka Seaman hosting the Salina South softball team. And as far as teams that are still alive in our area, we have 2 teams through to state, and beyond that, 20 teams began the week. We are down to just 7. Sacred Heart softball, Bennington softball, who will play on this very stream link about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Southeast of Salina, whose coverage you can find on Salina Post tomorrow, and then Ellsworth and Salina South, who will each play in the semifinals and potentially finals if they could pull off a win here today. Nora Mitchell, who reached on an error her first time up, digs in for her second at-bat of the day. Been impressed with Bryn Bouchard and what she's been able to do limiting the damage against a very good Rossville lineup. This is a Lady Knights team that is trying to scrap and claw for everything, but right now the main concern is can they get runs on the board? Still a shutout on the other side being pitched by Fallon Clerman. Bouchard kicks and brings it home. That one in there for a strike. And the count, I believe, now to 0-2 here on Nora Mitchell. Mitchell trying to start the party here. A long look back to the dugout for Bouchard. She is at the ready and brings home the 0-2. That'll miss up and away. A tasty pitch. Mitchell did well not to swing. One ball, two strikes, the new count. Bouchard brings it home. Off speed, taken to first. This is going to be awkward. Did they get her? Yes, they did. Oh, my goodness. In and out of the glove of Patterson, but Thompson there to save the day. And it's one gone here in the fourth for Rosville. So Sacred Heart now facing Shaylee Hubble. Hubble had a single back in the third inning. She came in to score on the 2 RBI double by Brooke Springer, who's waiting in the wings. Here she will send one foul near her head coach. That's John Nitsch in the third base box. And didn't have a chance to introduce the coaches, but of course for Rossville, it's John Nitsch, assisted by Kayla Green, Pete Fonensteel, and Taylor Horak. For Sacred Heart, Connor Martin, assisted by Betsy Martin. Fourth inning action, Rossville, the home team, needing just 9 outs to wrap this thing up. I know it feels early to be talking about that, but the way they're pitching has looked today, that is the case. I'm sure they'd love to get the bats rolling a little bit, but 3-run lead for now. Off-speed pitch misses high and away, and the count goes to 2-1 here on Shaylee Hubble. Did mention that Ellsworth plays today. They will take on Cimarron. So those are the main 3 games we're keeping an eye on today as far as our high school softball coverage. And then, like I said, we'll wrap it up with any game involving Southeast of Saline softball tomorrow, weather permitting. It's expected to be a little less nice tomorrow in Gypsum than it is today. This ball hit on a line out into left field. Carrasco picks it up, and Shaylee Hubble has her second single of the day. A knock back in the first, a knock here in the fourth. And Maggie Sanders, the next to grab a bat from her spot in the 9-hole. See how aggressive or not aggressive Rossville elects to be on the base paths. With a 3-run lead, they feel pretty okay, but obviously every run counts. First pitch in there for a called strike. Maggie Sanders seemingly taking all the way. Springer on deck. She brought in both of the runs. As the count here is 0-1. Sanders digs in. Here comes the pitch. That ball popped up. It'll find its way behind the crowd. And, oh, man, almost a great catch made by a fan back here, but not quite able to glove it. That's why you use 2 hands, kids. Count is 1-2 to Maggie Sanders. Sacred Heart trying to get themselves out of the inning unscathed. That ball fouled away back to the backstop, and the count stays at 0-2. Like I said, Sanders, if she could find her way on, would turn it over to Brooke Springer, who's brought in 2 of the 3 runs today for Rossville. She will foul another one back here. And while they get a new softball, I want to remind you this presentation is brought to you in part by Kansas Bankers Technologies and Technical Consulting, your partners in secure banking technologies and seamless IT solutions. 3-0 lead for the Rossville Lady Dogs. Pitch to Maggie Sanders. That one lifted down the line. It will find its way foul. And the count still at 2 strikes as Bryn Bouchard hunts that elusive strikeout pitch. First time through the order, Bouchard recorded just 1 strikeout, but it was done against Maggie Sanders. She would love to strike her out twice and give her team the second out of the inning. Another ball fouled away. Really testing the capacity of how many softballs we've got here. As Betsy Martin tosses that one back to the pitcher. Still no balls in the count. It's been 0-2 for the last 4 pitches. Sanders hanging tough. This one is going to stay in the field of play, and the catch is hauled in by Patterson, and that is 2 down for Brooke Springer. Springer laced a 2 RBI double back in the 2nd inning and then came in to score the game's 3rd run on another RBI double hit by Fallon Clerman. That was also part of a 2-out rally. That's where Rosville's done all of their damage today. Pitch low and inside, rather outside, and they will say ball 1 here to Springer. Springer popped out to the pitcher back in the 1st inning, got way out ahead of an off-speed pitch. Aside from that, just the RBI double and the run scored in the 2nd. 1-0 pitch to her, hit on the ground, picked up by Lauren Penn. Throw to first, not in time, but they'll apply the tag, and that's just as well. It's another scoreless inning for Bryn Bouchard. Sacred Heart up to bat as we go to the 5th. They still trail it 3-0. We're back with more in just a bit. Coverage today is presented by the good folks at Bennington State Bank.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
Welcome back in here on the campus of Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett producing and engineering for us here today. And Rosville back in the field as we go to inning number 5. Sacred Heart still looking to scratch across that elusive first run. They've had a leadoff runner aboard in both the 2nd and the 3rd inning. And they've gotten that runner into scoring position both times, but Fallon Clerman has managed to keep the 0 on the board, and she is back out for another inning of work as her first pitch misses low to Brooke Patterson. It'll be Brooke Patterson, Ariana Rivas, and Tonley in the bottom third of the Sacred Heart lineup to lead things off here in the 5th. Another pitch low and inside. Coming up next, we will have coverage right here on this very stream link of the 2-seeded Bennington Lady Bulldogs taking on the 7-seed in the Valley Falls Lady Dragons. The winner of this game and the winner of that game will meet in the championship with a ticket to the state tournament next week on the line. A lot of excitement around the high school baseball and softball teams in our area. Of the 20, already 2 through to state. 5 still in the hunt. This one hit to 3rd, picked up by Sanders. Throw to 1st is in time. That is 1 down here in the 5th. Remember, obviously Sacred Heart not out of this. They got plenty of softball left to be played, and yesterday they saw a script very much like this flipped on them as they led Mission Valley for the majority of that game. But in the 6th, Mission Valley flipped the script. They went from a 2-0 deficit to a 3-2 lead and ultimately held on for a 3-2 win. Here it's Ariana Rivas, and she will tip the first pitch back into the mitt for strike 1. Rivas, a strikeout looking. That came back in the 2nd inning. Tonley in, who led off the 3rd with an infield single, is in the on-deck circle. And Rivas, a little aggressive and a little out in front, falls behind at 0-2. Clerman will step back into the circle. Her pitch, swing and a miss. It's a 3-pitch strikeout of Ariana Rivas. That will bring up Tonley in. For as good as Clerman's been this year, only 2 strikeouts, and they both came to Rivas today. So Tonley in, trying to restart something here for Sacred Heart with 2 gone in the 5th. Pitch on the way. That is fouled back to the backstop. And the count goes to 0-1. Clerman back in the circle, back in the box. Looking to reach base for a second time today, although it's right to Sanders. She's been busy. And 2 putouts for Sanders in the inning. Another 1-2-3 frame here for Sacred Heart. We will step away. We've got the home half when we return as we step to the home half of the 5th. Coverage of today's games brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hard-working diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
To the home half of the 5th we go. It'll be Fallon Clerman, Kenna Pirine, and Claire Whitmore to lead off the inning. Another inning of work here for Bryn Bouchard. Her Lady Knights down 3-0, but a quick out on a fly out to Eden Sharpton out in right field, and that is quickly 1 down in the inning. Want to thank a few sponsors for helping us bring you coverage of today's game, but especially want to say a thank you to the good folks at Hire Scott Mortuary who want to wish you a safe and happy Memorial Day weekend. Hope you enjoy yours as much as we enjoyed ours. Pitch on the way, a good bunt down the line. No chance are they getting Kenna Pirine as she has bunted her way aboard here, and Rosville back in business here in the 5th. All of the damage for Rossville came in that 1/2 inning. It was just the second. It was an error, a single, a double, and a double. That brought in the 3 runs for the Dogs, and that's been kind of the issue of the 3 runs scored in this game. All 3 have been unearned. Had that error not occurred, the inning would have been over before anyone had a chance to come in and score. So now you've got Kenna Pirine over at first, 1 gone in the inning, and Claire Whitmore at the plate. Whitmore was hit by a pitch in the 1st. She grounded out in the 3rd. Bouchard looks over to the dugout for the sign. Pitch coming. This is high. We have had a range of weather this week for high school baseball and softball. It was borderline hot on Monday. It was freezing yesterday. Today, I'd say probably about the best conditions we could have asked for. 65 degrees, plenty of wind, kind of a stiff breeze as the runner goes down to second. That's not going to be in time to get the speedy Kenna Pirine, who moves up into scoring position. And then tomorrow, when we go to try to cover southeast of Salina, who knows? We got all sorts of craziness in the forecast down in Gypsum. We'll do our best. But today, bringing you full coverage of the Bennington Regional, all the games involving Bennington and Sacred Heart. Pitch misses high. You see a big dance for Pirine off the bag at second base, and the count goes here to 2-1. We'll also keep you up to date on the 5 remaining teams from our area who are still alive. All of them are softball teams. Bouchard brings it home. This one popped up. It's going to find its way onto the roof of the Sacred Heart dugout. This is a Lady Knight squad. I mentioned they've had kind of an up-and-down season. They split a pair of doubleheaders. They swept Ellsworth. They were swept by Minneapolis. Then they won 4 in a row, lost 2, rattled off a huge, huge stretch in which they won 7 of 8. But down the home stretch of the season, they have lost 4 of 6. They did snap that with the win of Donovan West, and I think we got a bad softball here, at least according to Bryn Bouchard. She didn't want to throw it, and I can't say as I blame her. So they will get her a new one. She will use that here against Claire Whitmore. Whitmore looking for her first hit of the game. It's in the dirt. Runner goes for third. Good throw, but it's not gloved. Boy, you saw Kenna Pirine, all her speed. Thought about turning the corner there. You're not going to see many high school softball players even leave the bag at third base there, much less think about coming home. But, boy, if Pirine has a sliver of daylight, she is going to take it. Count is 3-1 to Claire Whitmore. Here it comes from Bouchard. That one hit up in the air. It's over the glove of Gordine, and that will bring in another run. It's an RBI single for Claire Whitmore, and it's a 4-0 lead for the Rosville Lady Dogs. Kenna Pirine in to score. And for the first time since the second inning, Rosville is back on the board. Still just one out. Nora Burdick at the plate. Burdick gets a great bunt down. Bouchard picks it up. The throw to first not going to be in time. And we have a second bunt single here in this very inning for Rosville. They've been good at playing small ball when they've needed to. It's going to flip it here to Addie Henry. Lady Dogs hunting even more, with Whitmore now aboard at second and Henry aboard at first. The wind, in case you're wondering, I know there's no flag or really point of reference for you. It is blowing in stiffly. It is doing so from left field in, so it's going to really hurt a right-handed batter like Addie Henry. Henry batting .333, slugging .414 this season, 29 hits, as many RBI. She's only come in to score 7 runs, but we've seen them use a courtesy runner for her from time to time. This pitch in the dirt, and the count goes even. 1 ball, 1 strike on Addie Henry. Nora Mitchell is in the on-deck circle. She came in to score one of those 3 runs back in the second after reaching on an error. Sacred Heart trying to find their way out of the inning with minimal damage done. Pitch on the way. That one is in the dirt. I wondered if it got off the shoe top of Henry, but they'll say it didn't. Everybody, though, moves up on the passed ball, and now the situation changes a little bit, as if you're Rosville, you've got 2 runners in scoring position. And Addie Henry with an excellent chance to collect her 30th RBI, maybe even her 31st, if she can get this one squared up. Another pitch in the dirt, another stop by Holcomb. Count dancing around a little bit on Addie Henry. You can tell she's eager, looking for a pitch to drive. Bouchard looks back to the dugout, gets the call here for this next pitch. 3-1. Called a strike, and the count is full. Seen a couple of crucial strikeouts in this game, including one for Bouchard that got her out of the second. A strikeout could go a long way here towards aiding Sacred Heart and keeping it to a 4-run ball game. The payoff pitch outside, and the scoreboard, I guess, jumped the gun. Now, nope, it was 3-2. So Addie Henry reaches on a walk. The bases are loaded, and timeout is called. Connor Martin wants to come out and have a chat with Bryn Bouchard. Like I said, I would imagine it's just going to be a chat. And while they talk it over, we'll remind you that today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Kansas Bankers Technologies, your trusted partner in bank-focused IT strategies and compliance. Also want to thank Salina Regional Health Center. They are hiring. See all their open positions and start your new career today by visiting srhc.com. Of course, coverage of this entire day of high school softball is brought to you by Bennington State Bank. I want to thank them for all that they do and all the work that they've done in helping us to bring you coverage of high school softball at regionals this week. So the bases are juiced. Claire Whitmore aboard at third. Nora Burdick at second. Addie Henry at first. And here comes Nora Mitchell. Mitchell this season, I will remind you, in her sophomore season, batting .360, slugging .467, 27 hits, 28 hits, and that's going to bring in 1 run. They're going to wave another around, and there will not be a throw at the plate. There is a throw at third. Did they get her? I think they did. Yeah, they did. In the chaos, Mitchell moves up to second. Give her a 2 RBI double. Rosville, oh, wait, what's the call here? Oh, they're calling fielder's interference. No out at third. So Claire Whitmore comes in to score. Nora Burdick comes in to score. Addie Henry, who is tagged out. And I hate to say it, but that is probably the right call. Lauren Penn was in the baseline. So she is aboard. And now we've got a meeting amongst the infield here, and this has turned a bit spirited for Sacred Heart. I'm not sure what this is all about. Again, no coach is present right now in this huddle. Courtesy runner going to come in here to run at second. That's Donovan, who will run in place of Nora Mitchell. Sacred Heart, whatever it is they wanted to talk over, they have done so now. And it's a 6-0 ball game here in Bennington. Chaotic sequence here in this game, and Rosville starting to pull away. Still just 1 out in the inning. And Shaylee Hubble with a chance to keep it rolling. Hubble digs in. So far today, she is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. 2 runners in scoring position. Rosville recorded that first out. It was a quick F9. Since then, a bunt single, a single, a bunt single, a walk, and a 2 RBI single. That leads us here. Rosville also approaching a dangerous number as we're now in the 5th inning. Still a ways away from that. But for the time being, the Lady Dogs starting to pour it on. 1-0 count. Bouchard brings it home. Big swing and a miss. Could tell there. Hubble wanted it and received some, let's call it discouragement from Coach Nitch. Hubble back at the plate. She's been great this year, hitting .279. Time called now by Bouchard, who wants to make sure that she's got the sign. And we are ready to go. Pitch on the way. That misses high, and the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Chance coming now from the Rosville dugout. Hubble trying to make it 3 for 3. She's been excellent today. 2-0 pitch. It's fouled away, and the count goes to 2-1. And let's go ahead and check in on our area scoreboard. As I mentioned before, we've got plenty of great games happening in our area today. 5 teams still alive on the softball side. Salina South softball still tied up with Topeka Seaman. That game in the 3rd inning. Here it's a 2-1 pitch. It'll miss high and outside, and the count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike on Shaylee Hubble. Maggie Sanders in the on-deck circle. Then it would be Brooke Springer, who's already driven in 2 today. The 3-1. That ball lifted up out into right field. Sharpton comes in, makes the catch, and the runner will hold up. Thought about coming home. She's halfway down the line, but she will hold up. That's a big second out recorded here by Sacred Heart, as Maggie Sanders, who is 0 for 2 today, will come to the plate looking for her first hit of the game. Sacred Heart just trying to keep this to a 6-run deficit. And that would be a small win within this game for Sacred Heart. You feel like if they can keep it to 6, they might have a chance. But if it gets any more out of hand than this, we may see an early exit. Big swing and a miss. Maggie Sanders cuts over the top. Count starts off at 0-1. Brooke Springer and the rest of the Danger Bats coming up next. 0-1 to Sanders. Popped up, foul ball, and now Sacred Heart is one good pitch away from ending this inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Maggie Sanders trying to avoid coming up empty for a third time today. She ended the second, she ended the fourth. Trying to avoid ending the fifth. This one fouled away, I think. Yeah, that'll find its way onto the Rosville dugout. Sanders has not been struggling this season. I mean, she bats .235, but she has 12 hits, 3 doubles, 6 RBI, and 17 runs scored. So she's been solid in her own right amidst a wildly successful lineup for this 20-7 Rosville team. I got to give Bren Bouchard a lot of credit, too. She has not allowed many free runners aside from the pair of walks today. She's really kept it tight. Pitch on the way, a little out in front. Well, let's be honest, a lot out in front was Maggie Sanders, who I think was expecting something with velocity and got the off speed instead. Count stays at 1-2 here to Sanders, who continues to battle with Bryn Bouchard. Eighth batter of the inning, another 1-2, misses high, and the count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bryn Bouchard continues to work in the circle here. 3 runs across in the inning. 2 in scoring position here, and another pitch fought off by Maggie Sanders. So this next pitch is going to be the 8th of the at-bat on a 2-2 count. Maggie Sanders not giving herself up. Her 1 strikeout today was swinging, doing just enough to keep herself in the hunt. Another 2-2 pitch. That one hit out to left. It falls a little too fast. Rosville waves another runner in, and it's a 2 RBI single for Maggie Sanders on her first hit of the day. That one had just enough to fall between Gordine and Carrasco out in left. Addie Henry came in to score. Donovan came in to score for the second time today, and it's 8-0 Rosville. Brooke Springer at the ready. First pitch to her, it's in the dirt. Dancing off the bag is Sanders. Now a couple of ways that this could go is now if you're Rosville, you're thinking about scoring 2 more runs here and just putting an end to it. If you're Sacred Heart, you've got to record just 1 more out to get your bats up and force a 6th inning. Pitch on the way, high and outside. Brooke Springer will take. For as excellent as Springer has been this season today, she's just 1 for 3, although she does have that 2 RBI double and a run scored in the second. 2-0 the count. Pitch to Springer, misses high. I've often wondered with teams like Rosville if anyone has a green light to swing 3-0. Typically the rule of thumb here is you keep the bat on the shoulder. You don't even think about swinging, but I don't know. When you got players like Brooke Springer, maybe you give that green light. They do not, and Springer will take her base on a walk. So now Rosville has the potential game-winning run on base. Maggie Sanders moves up to second. And here comes Fallon Clermont. Clermont could win herself the game here, as if she finds a way to bring in 2 runs, this one's over. She'll notch another victory. And more importantly, she would send Rosville through to the championship round here in Bennington. 8-0 lead for Rosville. 2 runners aboard. Here comes the first pitch. And it's in there for a called strike. A bit of a grin, maybe a grimace on the face of Fallon Clermont. Clermont this season, a sophomore, batting .416, slugging .562. In case you're wondering, Clermont this year does have 2 home runs. That ball shot foul down the line. The count will even. No, the count is 0-2. Good news for Bouchard, as she is back to being just one good pitch away from ending the inning, giving her bats a chance to come back up and make something happen. 3 runs in the second. So far 5 here in the 5th for Rosville. And a pitch that misses brings the count to 1-2. Clerman today, a single, a double, an RBI, and a fly out to right. Good speed all around for Rosville on the base paths. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Big swing and a miss, strike 3, and that will end the 5th inning, but not before Rosville plates 5 runs. They take an 8-0 lead into inning number 6. We'll have it for you when we return. You're watching coverage of the Bennington Regional, courtesy of the good folks at Bennington State Bank.
New Image Audio is offering ceramic tint. If you're sending your child off to school or your wife on a road trip, ceramic tint offers heat rejection up to 90%, privacy in a college town or in the city, helps keep the wear down on the AC system, making your car easier to cool down. Never worry about your kid locking their keys in their car. With Drone Mobile, you can unlock their car from anywhere. Vehicle breakdown in an unknown area, GPS locating helps roadside service find your loved one quickly with the ability to send the vehicle location directly to the rescue squad. New Image Audio, located at 340 South Broadway. Phone calls welcome.
Salina Surgical Hospital is a high-quality surgical facility with a comfortable and home-like atmosphere. Together with our community's greatest doctors, we are committed to a patient care model where exceptional satisfaction is the norm and every patient feels like they are treated with respect, dignity, and compassion. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local community-involved physicians. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure with us. Salina Surgical Hospital. Your voice, your choice.
Top of the order due up here for Sacred Heart. The Lady Knights feeling time running short on their season as they are down to their final 6 outs. And on the other side, Rossville would need just 2 more runs to wrap this game up early. But for Sacred Heart, it's Kerrigan Thompson, Sage Gordine, and Eden Sharpton, the 3 to lead off the inning. And a great chance. I mean, these are arguably the best bats in the lineup for Sacred Heart. They are facing another inning of Fallon Clerman, who's been great so far. Clerman allowed a single in the second, a single in the third, and a single, actually 2 singles in the third. That's it for base runners today. No walks, no hit batters, just 3 singles. No one has advanced past second base for the Lady Knights today. By the way, the Rossville baseball team eliminated Mission Valley yesterday. That's the same Mission Valley team that beat the Sacred Heart baseball team. So a little 10 degrees of Kevin Bacon there, but Rossville and Sacred Heart finding themselves in the same regional. And Kerrigan Thompson reaching here on the game's first walk issued by Clerman. It's going to prompt a quick meeting in the circle here. You wonder how aggressive Sacred Heart gets with Thompson. I know she's got blazing speed. I know she's stolen 16 bases, but you also feel like you need a lot more than just her to come in to score. If you need just 1 run to tie the game, maybe. But for a Sacred Heart team that has not gotten themselves on the board just yet, you feel like you want to be a little more conservative with the runner over at first. But they also don't pay me to coach, so who knows. Sage Gordine at the plate. Gordine. I don't know why I keep doing that. Fresh count here. Pitch to Gordine. It is in there for a called strike. I'll remind you, the winner of this game gets the winner of the next game coming up 25 minutes after the conclusion of this one. And yes, we will be broadcasting that game right here on this very stream link. You don't have to go anywhere to catch game 2. This one misses high and outside. That game will be between the 2-seeded Bennington Lady Bulldogs, who are 22-2, and the 7-seeded Valley Falls Lady Dragons, who are 14-10. That will be the semifinal opposite this one. And then if Sacred Heart, a line shot, they're going to double off the runner. That's a great play by Sanders, and nothing you can do about that. An L5-3 double play that takes Kerrigan Thompson off the base paths, and the Lady Knights are down to their final 4 outs. But to go back and finish that thought, Rosville, of course, got here with a 14-1 win over Horton. Sacred Heart survived Donovan West with a 4-0 win. That ball hit right back, oh my goodness, to Clermont. It's off her glove and into her bare hand. And that's how the inning will come to an end. We will head to the home half of inning number 6. Rossville up to bat. When we come back, you're watching regional softball coverage. It is presented today by Bennington State Bank.
Whether on the field, court, or in the operating room, experience matters. A coach loves an experienced team just like a patient values an experienced doctor. Salina Ortho has ABOS board-certified physicians with over 40 years of orthopedic service. If you need help staying active or just want to discuss options regarding the newest techniques and services and specialties that Salina Ortho provides, see one of our trusted physicians or visit salinaortho.com. Salina Ortho, your voice, your choice, past, present, and future.
At AJ Honey Farms, the honey is just the beginning. From raw honey and wax melts to happy bee balm and beekeeping gear, they've got everything buzzing with local flavor. Whether you're soothing a sore throat, starting your own hive, or gifting something sweet to a loved one, AJ Honey Farms brings the bees and the kind of sweetness only they can bottle.
This is Alan from AJ Honey Farms right here at 901 North 9th Street in Salina, Kansas. We truly appreciate your continued support and thank you for choosing local.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this regional brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Also want to say a special thank you to the good folks at Hire Scott Mortuary for helping bring you coverage of today's game. Hire Scott Mortuary wishing you a very happy and safe Memorial Day weekend. Heart of the order due up for the Rossville Lady Dogs. It'll be Kenna Pirine, Claire Whitmore, and Nora Burdick to lead off the 6th. Rossville can finish this one of two ways. Offensively, they would need 2 more runs, or on the other side, they need 3 more outs. Been a good day in the circle for Fallon Clermont. You wonder if we'll see her in game number 2 or if they might throw Addie Henry. Those two have split time pitching this season for a Rossville team that came into today's doubleheader action at 20-7. A reminder, the winner moves on to the regional championship game. The loser will go home. Their season will be over. Same for the second semifinal coming up after this one. That pitch in there for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-1. On the top half of this bracket, pair of blowouts. Bennington beat Republic County 16-0. Valley Falls kicked the crap out of Troy 17-0 in that one. That ball is cranked out to right center field. It is off the top of the fence. Holding up at second with a stand-up double is Kenna Pirine. She did not miss a solo home run by much. And Pirine is aboard. The game-winning run now standing at the plate. Claire Whitmore, who today has been hit by a pitch, has singled and has grounded out, digs in for the Rossville Lady Dogs. Whitmore this year slugging .700. She's got 5 home runs. Despite the wind blowing in, that's another thing to keep in mind. Honestly, on a still day, that's probably a home run. But that wind carrying in really killed the ball. Taken out to right center. That's going to continue to be a factor throughout the course of today's games. Pitch to Whitmore, misses high and away. It's Whitmore, then Nora Burdick, then Addie Henry. If Rossville wins, they will stick around and await the winner of the second game today. This one in the, called a strike at the knees. Count goes to 1 ball, 2 strikes here on Claire Whitmore. Whitmore digs back in. Bryn Bouchard trying to keep it at an 8-run deficit and give her offense one last chance in the 7th. That one misses high. Count to 2-1. Long look at the armband here for Bryn Bouchard. She will bring it home. That ball lifted up into right center. It is over the head of Sharpton. That's going to score a run. Cutoff comes in. There won't be a throw to third. And Claire Whitmore is in safely. Rossville's got the game-winning run just 60 feet away. And you know what? We'll give her an RBI triple for her efforts there to bring in Kenna Pirine. So it falls to Nora Burdick to try to end this game, and they have intentionally walked Nora Burdick. And they will intentionally walk Addie Henry. I can't say as I hate the call here. So they will intentionally walk the bases loaded for Nora Mitchell. Here's the only problem with that. Nora Mitchell has reached base twice today. She has a 2 RBI single. Now, you do get the force out at home, but there is nobody out. And Nora Mitchell has a chance to end this game for Rosville. First pitch to her misses low. You also get to face the bottom third of the lineup, and that's the other part that I like in this little chess match for Connor Martin, as you don't have to face the big boppers in the 5 and 6 holes. This one hit on the ground. They have to bring it home, and it eats up Gordine. And that is how the game will end. Rosville wins it 10-0. They are through to the regional championship game, and they will have a chance to play for a spot in the 1-2A state tournament later on this afternoon. We'll step away. When we come back, we'll have the Commercial Tire Center post-game report for you. Coverage of this regional is presented by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hardworking diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
New Image Audio is offering ceramic tint. If you're sending your child off to school or your wife on a road trip, ceramic tint offers heat rejection up to 90%, privacy in a college town or in the city, helps keep the wear down on the AC system, making your car easier to cool down. Never worry about your kid locking their keys in their car. With Drone Mobile, you can unlock their car from anywhere. Vehicle breakdown in an unknown area, GPS locating helps roadside service find your loved one quickly with the ability to send the vehicle location directly to the rescue squad. New Image Audio, located at 340 South Broadway. Phone calls welcome.
At AJ Honey Farms, the honey is just the beginning. From raw honey and wax melts to happy bee balm and beekeeping gear, they've got everything buzzing with local flavor. Whether you're soothing a sore throat, starting your own hive, or gifting something sweet to a loved one, AJ Honey Farms brings the bees and the kind of sweetness only they can bottle.
This is Alan from AJ Honey Farms right here at 901 North 9th Street in Salina, Kansas. We truly appreciate your continued support and thank you for choosing local.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Welcome back in just in time for the Commercial Tire Center post-game report. Coverage of our first game and all games today brought to you by Bennington State Bank. And let's take a look at some final numbers from this one. Rosville strikes for 10 runs on 12 hits. They commit 1 error and strand 5 runners on base. Meanwhile, Sacred Heart scores 0 runs on 3 hits. They commit 2 errors and leave 3 runners on base. The win goes to Fallon Clermont. The loss goes to Bryn Bouchard. This game took approximately 1.5 hours to complete. And boy, plenty of numbers to get to here to wrap things up. Obviously not the way that Sacred Heart wanted their season to end, but this is an incredibly young team. for the Lady Knights. Matter of fact, of the players who have seen significant time this year, there's not a single senior to even mention. Junior-wise, you've got Kerrigan Thompson, you've got Eden Sharpton, and you've got Eliana Carrasco, but there are no other notable seniors on this Sacred Heart team. So you know the Lady Knights are going to be back and better than ever a season from now, and we look forward to seeing that. But for now, Sacred Heart's season comes to an end at 17-9. Our Vernon Jewelers gem of the game, we look to Rosville, and we look to a big performance out of Claire Whitmore. She had a single, a triple. She was hit by a pitch. She drove in 2 runs. She came in to score 2 more. And then, of course, Fallon Clerman, who was excellent in the circle. She pitched 6 innings. She gave up no runs on just 3 hits. Ultimately, she only records the 1 walk, and she finishes her day with a pair of strikeouts. That puts Rossville through to the championship round here at Regionals. And if you missed it before, or if you're just tuning in, we will be covering every single game for the rest of the day that involves the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. We would have done the same for Sacred Heart, so if Bennington can win in this upcoming game against Valley Falls, we'll have coverage of the championship game. If not, we will sign off. But don't go anywhere. We've got continuing coverage coming up next here in about 30 minutes right here on this very same stream link. You can tune in for coverage of the 2-seeded Bennington Lady Bulldogs taking on the 7-seed in Valley Falls. That game comes your way in just about half an hour. We'll step away. We're back with it in about 30 minutes. You've been watching High School Regional Softball. It's brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome in. If you were with us for game number 1, welcome back. It's coverage of the Bennington Softball Regional. One team of the 4 that came in today will punch a ticket to the 1-2A state tournament. The other 3 will go home, and we've already had one team eliminated as earlier today. Rosville took care of Sacred Heart in a 10-0 victory. That leaves us here. One more semifinal game, and it comes today between the Bennington Lady Bulldogs, the 2 seed at 22-2, and the 7-seeded Valley Falls Lady Dragons at 14-10. This game is underway. The first pitch, a strike delivered in by Haley Blake. Let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Lady Dragons of Valley Falls. Leading it off, it's left fielder Gracie Connor, then starting pitcher Abby Wilson. First baseman Berkeley Hernandez in the 3-hole today. Batting cleanup, it's catcher Tegan Panel. Following her up in the 5 spot, it's third baseman Lily Brown, then center fielder Brooklyn Schmelzel, center shortstop Brecken Moore, right fielder Callie DeLong, and DP Paisley Heinen in the 9-hole today. Another pitch fouled back to the screen here. The flex today for Valley Halls will be Bree Meyer. Meyer will play second base. She will not be in the lineup today. And that is the starting 9 for the Valley Falls Lady Dragons. Back to work here goes Haley Blake. She will deliver the next pitch home. It's weakly popped up into the air, and it's grabbed by Brooklyn Clark for the first out of the inning. Let's go ahead and meet the starting pitcher, Haley Blake. She has been spectacular this season. Blake is making the 20th appearance of her year. She has pitched 92 1/3 innings, a 1.74 ERA, a sub-1 whip, 95 strikeouts compared to only 17 walks, and 5 hit batters. Opponents this season are hitting just .201 off of Haley Blake. She gets a first pitch strike across here to Abby Wilson. Blake, of course, has been the primary pitcher for this team for some time. This is a Bennington Lady Bulldog team that does have 7 seniors, and arguably the biggest of that group is their starting pitcher. They have ridden her for the better part of the last 4 years, and they're looking to do something no Bennington team has ever done before. That is to get a softball team to the 1-2A state tournament. Line shot back to Blake. It's 2 gone as Abby Wilson lines it out quickly back into the mitt of Blake to bring up Berkeley Hernandez. With that, let's go ahead and take you around the horn defensively for this Bennington Lady Bulldog squad. It's Riley Benin behind the dish, Addison Gillett over at first, Caswell at second, Brooklyn Merck at short, and Brooklyn Clark at third. Chopper down the line, that'll be foul. Out and left, it's Kaylee Nisbeth. In center, it's Mara Pickering, and in right field today, Alta Noon getting the start defensively for the Lady Bulldogs. Berkeley Hernandez digs in here, an 0-1 count. Pitch on the way from Haley Blake. That'll miss up and away. Of course, Bennington is in the all-gray jerseys with the black pinstripes, white numerals trimmed in black. Meanwhile, for Valley Falls, they go today with the black pants, white jerseys, brown sleeves, and brown numerals trimmed in gold. Pitch from Blake. That one on a line. It will get down in center field just in front of Mara Pickering. And it's a 2-out single for Berkeley Hernandez to give Valley Falls their first base runner of the day. This is an excellent Valley Falls team offensively. They bat .359 as a team. They slug .447, 242 hits. It's actually more than what Bennington has manufactured this season. That's worth noting. This is a very good offensive team for Valley Falls. Tegan Panel up here, the cleanup hitter this year. You look at Panel's numbers, the junior batting .425, slugging .600, 10 doubles, 2 triples, 38 RBI. Panel trying to keep the party going here for Valley Falls after getting their first base runner aboard. Next pitch misses low and inside. And the count goes even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Lily Brown, if they can get to her, is in the on-deck circle for this Lady Dragon team. The fact that Valley Falls is here is not shocking. How they got here, though, that might be a little bit of a different story. Earlier this season, Valley Falls lost 9-7 to Troy and then won 12-9. So 2 close games against Troy. Who'd they run into in the first round of the playoffs? Well, it was Troy. We all braced for a close game. It was not, as they beat Troy 17-0, an absolute shellacking. This ball finds its way back to second, but Gracie Caswell picks it up and flips to first in time for the third out of the inning. So 1.5 inning in the books. We go to the home half of the first when we return. Coverage of this Bennington Regional is presented by the Bennington State Bank.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
Welcome back in here on the campus of Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett producing and engineering for us today. Full coverage of the Bennington Regional. And again, we will deliver on our promise. We came in today, we said we'd cover every game that involved Sacred Heart, who just got eliminated by Rosville and Bennington. And that means that if the Lady Bulldogs advance, we will have coverage of the championship game. If not, unfortunately, you probably just have to follow along on Game Changer at home. But as we pick it up, we go to the home half of inning number 1. Let's meet the Bennington Lady Bulldog lineup. It is identical to the one that won 17-0 over Republic County earlier this week. And it all starts here with second baseman Gracie Caswell, who digs in from the right side. First pitch misses up and in. Caswell will be followed by shortstop Brooklyn Merck, then starting catcher Riley Benin, third baseman Brooklyn Clark in the cleanup spot today. Batting fifth, it's the left fielder Kaylee Nisbet, then first baseman Addison Gillett, starting pitcher Haley Blake, center fielder Mara Pickering, and right fielder Alta Noon bats in the 9-hole for the Lady Bulldogs. In the circle, opposite every one of those players I just mentioned, is Abby Wilson, the junior making the 14th start of her season. She has tossed 62 2/3 innings, a 2-1 record on the year, a 4.36 ERA, a 2 whip, 56 strikeouts to 51 walks, and 10 hit batters. Opposing hitting is getting on at an average of 271 against Abby Wilson so far this season. And as I mentioned, the big stat coming into this game is this. Valley Falls on the year in the same number of games has outscored Bennington offensively, but at times it's been the pitching that has let this team get a little bit behind, and we'll see if Bennington can capitalize on that. Speaking of which, here are some other numbers you might want to know. Bennington this year has outscored their opponents 309-42. That is a plus 267 run differential for the home team hosting this regional. This ball struck well off the glove of Moore, and that is going to allow Gracie Caswell to reach. And you kind of have to rule that as an E6 as Caswell gets aboard on the first plate appearance of today's game, and that'll turn it over here to Brooklyn Merck. Let's take you around the horn defensively for Valley Falls. It's Pinnell behind the plate. Hernandez over at first, Meyer at second, Moore at short, and Brown tending to the hot corner at third. In left field, it's Connor, and right, it's DeLong, and then you've got Schmeasley in center field. First pitch across for a strike to Brooklyn Merck. Merck, the shortstop, digs in, another righty in this lineup. And Merck on the year, batting .450, slugging .533, 27 hits for her. She'll take this one inside. Take a look at her new image audio keys to the game. And honestly, for Valley Falls, it's going to be limiting the free base runners today. You feel like they cannot afford a lot of walks and hit batters. Errors would count in that category as well. For Bennington, they've got to find a way to keep the pressure on and not be afraid to get out and run the bases maybe a little more aggressively than what they typically do. Those are your new image audio keys to the game for this regional semifinal. Count here is 2-1. That ball shot foul down the line, and Bennington a little bit ahead of the pitching so far of Abby Wilson. Let's get you a bracket update. Again, this is the semifinal round. We are down to the final 3 teams battling it out for a spot at state. Bennington defeated Republic County 16-0. Valley Falls defeated Troy 17-0. And a swing and a miss will put Brooklyn Merck down on strikes. It's the first strikeout of the day, and it belongs to Abby Wilson. On the other side of the bracket, Rosville defeated Horton 14-1. Sacred Heart knocked off Donovan West 4-0. And then earlier today, it was Rosville over Sacred Heart, a 10-0 win by Mercy Rule. So Rosville awaits the winner of this one. If it's Bennington, we'll have coverage for you right here on Salina Post. Runner aboard at first, Riley Benin at the dish. Benin lifts this one foul. Riley Benin hit the second home run of her season to end the game, or basically to end the game against Republic County. It came late in that one, and it was a 3-run shot as Benin got her second out. Going to be tough to do that again today. 65 degrees, plenty of sunshine, and the wind blowing in to the right-handed hitter. Pitch coming. Benin gets under this one. It is sinking into the mitt of Meyer, and that's 2 gone here for Valley Falls. Valley Falls is under the instruction of Steve Surratt. Meanwhile, Bennington led by April Siskowski. This is also a very good Valley Falls team. They've got a plus 156 run differential on the year as they now contend with Brooklyn Clark. First pitch into Clark. That'll miss. Nope, called strike on the inner half. Clark has been a monster this season. You look at the numbers across the board for Clark, who pulls this one foul and falls behind it at 0-2. The junior batting .493. She's slugging .986. 8 home runs, 10 doubles, a triple, 43 RBI. She has been tough to contend with for opposing pitching, although here it looks like the inside edge belongs to Wilson, who does not look to be imposed one bit by this Bennington lineup. She's been attacking the zone and trusting her defense. So far, so good for Abby Wilson. 2 gone in the inning. Hot shot back to the dugout. Count stays at 0-2. We'll also keep you up to date on other games happening today, as we do have 5 remaining area softball teams in play. Of the 20 teams in our area, we have 1 team who has already clinched a spot at state in each baseball and softball. This one fouled off. Salina Central, by virtue of a win over Topeka Seaman, will head to the 5A state baseball tournament. Meanwhile, you've got the Chapman Lady Irish, who knocked off Augusta, and they will return to the 4A state softball tournament for a 2nd consecutive season. Brooklyn Clark fighting off pitches. Wilson looking to put her away and get herself out of the first inning unscathed. 2-strike pitch in the dirt. That gets by, and Gracie Caswell will turn and take a look as she advances to second base on the passed ball. Want to also take a moment and thank Twin Valley Schools for helping bring you coverage of today's game. Small classes, big opportunities in Bennington and Tesket. 1-2 the count. Brooklyn Clark at the ready. Pitch on the way. That ball raked but foul down the left field line. And Clark will have to come back and do it again. Boy, Wilson, I love this. She is not toying around with the zone. Sometimes you'll see pitchers overthrow. They'll try to, paint the corners, get a little cute with the off speed. But despite how good Brooklyn Clark has been this year, Wilson's going right at her. It's rewarded her so far. The count is still 1-2, and she has a couple of waste pitches should she need to use one. And it's another foul ball. That one knocked back to the grandstands on the Bennington side. I'm surprised we haven't run out of softballs. Still a 1-2 count. And now looking at what will be the 9th pitch of this at-bat. Clark, swing and a miss, strike 3. And after all that, it is strikeout number 2 for Abby Wilson. Both teams scoreless through the first inning of play. We'll step away. We're back with more regional coverage from Bennington. It's presented today by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back to the ballpark. Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett producing and engineering for us today in a 0-0 game as we go to inning number 2. For Valley Falls, it'll be Lily Brown, Brooklyn Schmeasley, and Brecken Moore to lead off the inning. And a quick check of our area scoreboard as there is one other game of note happening live right now. It sees Topeka Siemens softball up 5-3 on Salina South. Lily Brown to lead off the inning. Both sides went 4 up, 3 down in the first. Haley Blake is back out for another inning of work to face the 5, 6, and 7 hole hitters. Blake brings home the next offering. That ball, a jam shot that finds its way back. And let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Boy, it was a wild day for our area. Like I said, we've got 20 teams that we cover, and all of them, almost all of them, played yesterday. Quarterfinal softball-wise, Sacred Heart knocked off Donovan West 4-0. Ellsworth defeated Russell 5-3. And Conway Springs held on in a wild 15-10 game over Minneapolis. For softball semifinals, Southeast of Saline won 16-0. Eisenhower shocked Salina Central 8-1. This ball lifted up out to right field. Coming in to make the catch is Altonoon, and that's one gone to bring up Brooklyn Schmeasley. Clearwater defeated Abilene on the softball side. That was a 10-0 final. Semifinal baseball results: Concordia eliminates Chapman 10-0. Goddard knocked off Salina South 9-0. Mulvane defeated Abilene 7-0. Sacred Heart baseball fell in a heartbreaker 3-2 at the hands of Mission Valley. Salina Central defeated Newton 10-3. And Southeast of Saline knocked off Chaparral 2-1. That gave 2 of our area teams a chance to get to state yesterday. Actually 3. Burlington eliminated Southeast of Saline 5-1, but Central got by Topeka Seaman. Chapman got by Augusta. And we've got 2 teams headed to state. Here it's a swinging bunt picked up by Brooklyn Clark. Not going to be in time. Brooklyn Schmeasley with a bunt single. And I'll tell you what, that thing had so much topspin on it, I'm not convinced that Clark couldn't have let that thing roll and tried to see if it got onto the other side of the baseline. But one way or another, a runner aboard here for Valley Falls with 1 gone for Brecken Moore. Brecken Moore with a chance to help her team make some noise. This one is swung on and missed. Moore this season batting .300. 18 hits, 1 of the extra base variety, but she's been good in the clutch. 18 RBI this season for Brecken Moore. Haley Blake brings it home. It's another swing and a miss. She's had more over the top of the first 2 pitches. Callie DeLong is in the on-deck circle. She'll come to bat next. Valley Falls hoping that she will do so with the runner in scoring position. Here comes the pitch. It is fouled away. And we have seen teams, boy, hanging tough with one another throughout the course of the day already. Our coverage, by the way, continues tomorrow. We will do our best, weather willing, to cover Southeast of Saline softball in their 3A regional as they look to get state. Another 2-strike pitch. It's a swing and a miss, and now a rundown between first and second. Throw down not in time. Brooklyn Schmeasley able to get up to second base. But the first strikeout of the day recorded by Haley Blake. It comes to Brecken Moore, and it turns things over now to Callie DeLong. DeLong, a junior, batting .362, slugging .414. She's got 21 hits on the year, including a double and a triple. And she has got a chance here to make something happen and try to get Valley Falls on the board. First pitch in there for a called strike on the outer half. Offense has not been an issue for Valley Falls this year. 178 RBI, manufacturing a total of 231 runs this season, but Haley Blake is out in front as she induces another swing and miss, this time of Callie DeLong. One number that I did not give earlier, and that is the Bennington winning streak. They've won their last 20 games in a row as this one misses up and out, and they are hoping to carry that momentum all the way to what could be their first ever appearance at state. They've got work to do, 2 games to win today, and Valley Falls is not going to give them anything easy. You know, this Lady Dragon team is thinking about getting to state themselves. That ball struck well out to right field, but Altanoon settles under it and makes the catch. And that will conclude the top half of inning number 2. To the home half we go. Coverage of the Bennington Regional is presented by Bennington State Bank.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hardworking diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
Welcome back in here on the campus of Bennington High School. Hey, the Davidson Agency understands today's farming operation and can help determine the best insurance coverage for your farm. The Davidson Agency proudly represents Buckeye Insurance Group and wants to be your hometown insurance agent. The Davidson Agency and Buckeye Insurance Group working together to protect you, and a proud sponsor of today's game. Kaylee Nisbeth, Addison Gillett, and Haley Blake to lead off the second for Bennington. Still scoreless early on in this one, a regional semifinal at the Bennington Regional Final Site. This one missing in the dirt. It was a strong start for Abby Wilson. 2 strikeouts to Brooklyn Merck and Brooklyn Clark. Worked that around. The only runner to reach base was Gracie Caswell, who got there on an error. So Wilson reaching back for a little something extra here. We'll see what she's got on a 1-0 count. That one outside to Nisbeth. Both of these teams have been relatively conservative at stealing bases this season. They both have good speed. 63 steals on the year for Valley Falls, just 50 for Bennington. And a pitch that misses high and inside, and the count goes to 3-0 on Kaylee Nisbeth. Nisbeth trying to get the second leadoff runner of the day aboard for the Lady Bulldogs. She's got a great chance to do that here with a 3-0 count. Wilson brings it home down the middle, but an easy take for Nisbeth. No chance she was swinging with 3 balls, and now she will step back in and try to make something happen for Bennington. 3-1, Wilson brings it home. It's high, ball 4, and Kaylee Nisbeth will take her base. It is the first free pass issued today by either side. And it puts Nisbeth aboard for Addison Gillett. Gillett this year in her junior campaign is batting .377. She is slugging .426. 23 hits for her, lays down a bunch. Should be easy enough work. The throw to first is in time. Now you've got the runner going to third, and I don't know what Kaylee Nisbeth is thinking, trying to go to third base there. Oh my goodness, so that's going to double her off. I mean, it's a sacrifice bunt. The goal is to get the runner to second. And Nisbeth caught trying to do something a little too much. Hernandez delivers a strike to knock her out, and it's 2 gone in the inning. The old SB35. This one has a chance to get down, and it will. Schmeasley can't quite get there in time, and Haley Blake is in with a knock. That is the first hit of the day for the Lady Bulldogs. And we have got a pinch runner, and I have a correction. I was using an old roster that I was given earlier this year. But number 10 is actually Allie Latham, and Latham now in to pinch run for Haley Blake. Latham's been the go-to de facto pinch runner for Blake for the majority of the year. So here comes Mara Pickering. It's the bottom of the lineup for Bennington, trying to get something started here in the second of a scoreless semifinal between 2 of the best teams in Class 1-2A. Valley Falls at the ready. Wilson back in the circle. Pickering takes the first pitch low and inside. Mara Pickering this season in her junior year batting .350. 21 hits, 7 doubles, and a triple on the year. Right now just trying to keep the inning going. This might end it. Good throw to first from Brown is good enough to end the second. And we are still scoreless as we go to the third. Coverage of the Bennington Regional presented by Bennington State Bank.
Salina Surgical Hospital is a high-quality surgical facility with a comfortable and home-like atmosphere. Together with our community's greatest doctors, we are committed to a patient care model where exceptional satisfaction is the norm and every patient feels like they are treated with respect, dignity, and compassion. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local community-involved physicians. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure with us. Salina Surgical Hospital. Your voice, your choice.
Welcome back in. Coverage of this regional, the semifinals, and hopefully the final as well, brought to you by the good folks at Bennington State Bank. And hey, we also want to say a very special thank you to the good folks at Higher Scott Mortuary, wishing you a very happy, enjoyable, and safe Memorial Day weekend. That, of course, coming up here at the tail end. And by then, most of the baseball and softball teams across the state of Kansas will be eliminated, but those here hoping that they will have a chance to reload and run it back for state next week. Paisley Heinen, Gracie Connor, and Abby Wilson to lead off the third here for Valley Falls. Haley Blake back out there for another inning of work and trying to slap hit down the line, but Heinen cannot quite get it going. Paisley Heinen this year batting .250, 11 hits for her, 6 RBI. She has been aggressive, 12 strikeouts compared to only 3 walks so far this season. Haley Blake brings it home. This one down the line, it will also find its way foul. And off the foot of Coach Surratt. See if we can't get a final from that Salina South game happening today. Last check, Topeka Seaman led 5-3, and that is still the score as this ball is taken to Brooklyn Clark, and she will deliver a strike to first, and that is the first out of the inning. It does flip the book back over to the top into Gracie Connor. Salina South making it interesting. They've got the bases loaded in the top of the 7th. They are down by 2, but they've got the go-ahead run aboard. Here it's a swing and a miss to Gracie Connor, who popped out on the infield her first time up. If they can get to her, it would be Abby Wilson after her. Just one gone here in the third. Connor digs in. Here comes the pitch, and that is up and away for another ball. Haley Blake has looked composed so far. She's given up just the 2 hits, both singles. This one popped up. It'll stay on the infield. Blake will take it herself, and it's 2 gone here in the third. So Abby Wilson, the next to grab a bat here. Wilson in her junior campaign, batting .390, slugging .500, 32 hits. That is second on the team. Berkeley Hernandez and Tegan Pinnell each have 34, and then you've got 32 hits this year for Abby Wilson and Lily Brown. Pitch here, high and outside. A quick update. The first out of the top of the 7th is a sacrifice fly. Salina South. Oh, and Salina South has just tied the game. That is 5-5 now. Here it's weak line drive. It's taken by Clark. And that will end the top of the third. We go to the home half. It's Bennington up to bat. When we come back, you're watching coverage of the Bennington Regional. It is presented by Bennington State Bank.
Whether on the field, court, or in the operating room, experience matters. A coach loves an experienced team just like a patient values an experienced doctor. Salina Ortho has ABOS board-certified physicians with over 40 years of orthopedic service. If you need help staying active or just want to discuss options regarding the newest techniques and services and specialties that Salina Ortho provides, see one of our trusted physicians or visit salinaortho.com. Salina Ortho, your voice, your choice, past, present, and future.
At AJ Honey Farms, the honey is just the beginning. From raw honey and wax melts to happy bee balm and beekeeping gear, they've got everything buzzing with local flavor. Whether you're soothing a sore throat, starting your own hive, or gifting something sweet to a loved one, AJ Honey Farms brings the bees and the kind of sweetness only they can bottle.
This is Alan from AJ Honey Farms right here at 901 North 9th Street in Salina, Kansas. We truly appreciate your continued support and thank you for choosing local.
Another inning of work coming up here for Abby Wilson as she takes to the circle. And for Bennington, it'll be the 9-1 and 2-hole hitters, Altanoon, Gracie Caswell, and Brooklyn Merck to lead off the third. Both teams have threatened. Neither team has scored. We are still looking at a 0-0 deadlock as we go to the home half of the third. Kind of expected as much. Two very good offensive teams, but two solid pitchers as well. Altanoon swings at the first pitch that she sees and fouls it off. Noon this season, a sophomore batting .310. Looking for the 10th hit of her season here. 4 RBI. She has been entrusted with the 9-hole over the course of the last few weeks. A pitch missing up and in, and the count evens. 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, Rosville handled their business with Sacred Heart. They await the winner of this one for a ticket to the 1-2A state tournament. It's a Rossville team that tore it up when they were a 3A school, and you better believe they've continued that in their 1-2A era here. Pitch to Noon, awkward contact, sinking fast. It is down in front of Schmeasley, and Altanoon leads off the third inning with a single on a little blooper out to center field. And here comes the top of the lineup for the Lady Bulldogs. This is what you want. Gracie Caswell, a huge at-bat potentially. She will hit one on the ground. It eats up Brown, and everyone is safe. Gracie Caswell. They give her an infield single for that. That's a tough throw to make, even if the pick is clean there for Brown. But it was not, and now it's 2 aboard and no one out for Brooklyn Merck. We've seen a couple of different things here. Bennington has played small ball when they've needed to, but with the offensive firepower they possess, they might just swing away. Oh, wow. Well, don't need to do that either. Brooklyn Merck wears it on the shin, and the bases are loaded. A single, an infield single, and a hit by pitch. And Brooklyn Merck has a chance. Oh, sorry, Riley Benin has a chance. Merck got hit. Riley Benin with a chance to break the 0-0 deadlock. First pitch misses up and away. First real pressure situation that we've seen Abby Wilson thrust into today. Insult to injury, there's nobody out. 1-0 to Benin, upstairs, ball 2. It does not get any easier with Brooklyn Clark, Kaylee Nisbeth, and Addison Gillett due up next. 33 RBI this year for Riley Benin. She will take a strike, and the count goes to 2-1. Bennington Lady Bulldogs looking to advance to the regional final for what would be the third time in as many years. The 2-1 to Benin. Inside, ball 3, and the count now 3-1 to Benin. Benin's been a patient hitter. 12 walks to just 3 strikeouts this year. Here, though, Wilson's got nowhere to put her. The 3-1. That ball lifted up. It is shallow to center. Schmeasley makes the catch. Altanoon tags. Throw to the plate gets up and over the catcher. And that is how Bennington will score their first run on a Riley Benin sacrifice fly. One gone. Runners in scoring position as Caswell moves up to third and Merck moves up to second. And here comes Brooklyn Clark. These are the kinds of situations that Brooklyn Clark lives for. Like I said, she has been ridiculously good with runners in scoring position this year. First pitch to her, it's in at the knees for a called strike. Brooklyn Clark this season leads the team in RBI, and it's not close. She's driven in 43. Takes in the dirt. Runner coming to the plate. Caswell is in without a throw. 2-0 Bennington, and Brooklyn Merck in the chaos moves up to third. Lady Bulldogs leading it by 2 now Still a good chance for Clark to bring in another. Wilson trying to limit the damage here with one gone. Awkward swing. This might be, nope, it is drifting over, and Moore makes the catch. That's a big out number 2 recorded here by Valley Falls. So Kaylee Nisbeth, who walked and then tried to advance to third and was thrown out. Back in the second inning, will dig back in. The left-handed hitter with 2 gone and a chance to bring in a third run here for Bennington. Obviously, it's still early in this game, but you got to feel like this is a pivotal at bat. If you're Bennington, you want to keep this inning going. And honestly, if you're Valley Falls and you can get out of here with only 1 run given up after loading the bases with no outs, you'll take that. 2 runs given up, sorry. Nisbeth has been good at driving in runs. She has also been excellent as a table setter this year. And she will pop this one up to center field. Schmeasley drifts over and makes the catch. And that will end the third inning, but not before Bennington gets 2 runs on the board. They strike, they take a 2-0 lead as we go to inning number 4. Coverage of this Bennington Regional brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
4 walls and a roof can make a house, but a home, that's where life happens. First steps, backyard birthdays, morning coffee, sunsets on the porch. Home isn't something you buy, it's something you feel. And when it's right, you just know. For 22 years, Dan Goebel has helped people in Salina find that feeling. And now, he's here to help you. Your home is out there, Dan Goebel knows the way. Call 785-819-1904 or visit Salina Homes to find your way home.
Welcome back in as we go to the 4th inning of play for Valley Falls. It'll be Berkeley Hernandez, Tegan Pinnell, and Lily Brown to lead off the inning. And looking to get those 2 runs back after conceding a few here. But Hernandez started things off with a single back in the first. That was the first base knock of the day. This one is taken to second. Caswell delivers a strike. It's 1 gone here in the 4th. So Tegan Pinnell will come to the plate. She grounded out to second her first time up. That came back in the first inning. Like I said, Pinnell has seen the ball very well this year. As the junior slugging 634 hits on the season here, trying to set the table. This ball popped up. It'll find its way up and over the fence down the line, and that'll be strike 1. We talked a little bit about that Salina South comeback. They came all the way back and tied it. So 5-5 going into the bottom of the 7th. It remains 5-5, but Topeka Seaman has the potential walk-off run aboard at second. This pitch is fouled back to the screen, and now a 2-strike count on Pinnell. Other games happening today. We'll have one later this afternoon. Ellsworth softball battling Cimarron. Fielder's Choice gets South their first out, but now the base is loaded with 1 down. Here it's another battle job, as just keeping herself in it is Tegan Pinnell. Continues to fight with an 0-2 count. Pinnell back in the box. Haley Blake hunting her second strikeout of the day. Won't find it here. That's a good-looking pitch, but it did miss inside. And the count is 1-2. That's kind of the crazy thing, too, to think about. That was just the first ball of the at-bat. Haley Blake rocks into the windup, brings it home. It's in the dirt, ball 2. And the count is 2-2. At 2-2 to Pinnell. Ooh, tried to brush her back maybe, or maybe just missed her spot. And one way or another, the count is full. This has been a great battle for Pinnell. Here comes the payoff pitch. It's popped up, it stays foul, and we've got another payoff pitch incoming. Well, got an unfortunate update for you from Salina South. They walk in the game-winning run. And Topeka Seaman eliminates the Lady Cougars. Here, the payoff low and inside, ball 4, and Tegan Pinnell will take her base. That is a tough way to get the runner on, but it works out for Valley Falls. The Lady Dragons thinking about threatening here. So Lily Brown, who flew out to right field her first time up. Ready here in a moment. Not sure what the holdup is. First pitch from Haley Blake. Brown tries to lay down a bunt. It is foul. Apologies there, trying to get some technical stuff sorted out. Got it now. So Lily Brown, 0 for 1 with a fly out, trying to keep it rolling here with just 1 out in the inning. Haley Blake brings home the pitch. Pump fake on the back pick. Benin will not pull the trigger. And the count is 0-2 here on Brown. Lily Brown this season has only been struck out 8 times all year. And will not add another as she swings and knocks this one foul down the third base line. If you're just joining us, a reminder, earlier today, Rosville defeated Sacred Heart 10-0. They await the winner of this one in the regional final. If it's Bennington, we'll have broadcast coverage of that game right here on this very link. This one tipped foul, and staying alive is Lily Brown. She is just narrowly keeping herself in the hunt. 17 walks, 17 strikeouts. And now April Siskowski is going to walk over and have a chat with the first base coach. Not 100% sure what this is about. I've heard a couple of fans grumbling that they think the runner is leaving the bag early. The first base umpire does not have anything to say to the pinch runner who came in for Pinnell. So whatever it is, it seems to have been an abbreviated chat. Remains a 2-strike count. 0-2 to Lily Brown. Here comes the pitch from Haley Blake. And it's down and inside for the first ball of the count. This is the second time we've seen this in as many plate appearances. Haley Blake gets out ahead 0-2, and then the batter fights back. Squaring to bunt and popping it up, and almost a great catch made. And there, yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. No, she tried to bunt with a 2-strike count. I'm not sure what Lily Brown's thinking doing that, but yeah, that's going to end the at-bat. And it didn't look like it was called for either, so an improv play that leads to an unfortunate out for Valley Falls, and it brings up Brooklyn Schmeasley. We've seen some oddities in this game already. First pitch to Schmeasley, in there for a called strike. Next pitch, chopped down the line, and the count is 0-2. I got to be honest, in my nearly 10 years of calling baseball and softball at all levels, high school, college, wood bat, summer league, I don't know that I've ever seen somebody actually try to bunt and foul it off on a 2-strike count. I'm still letting that sink in a little bit. Either way, Schmeasley at the plate. Bunted herself aboard with a single. Watches strike 3 go by. Throw down to second. Well, it shouldn't matter. That was out number 3 regardless. But, hey, you know what? A bonus out for the road, and we will head on to the home half of the 4th. Bennington a 2-0 lead. We're halfway home here at the Bennington Regional coverage today, presented by Bennington State Bank.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Right back into the action. First pitch swinging, fouling it off is Addison Gillett. It'll be Addison Gillett, Haley Blake, and Mara Pickering to lead off the inning as we are into the fourth. A 2-0 lead. Both of those runs came in to score for Bennington in the third, and boy, this game has had a little bit of everything. With two results that have come in today already, as this one misses in the dirt. We are now down to our final 5 teams. We started regionals with 10 baseball, 10 softball, 20 total teams. 2 have already advanced to state. 3 are still in the hunt, including Bennington, who would need to win this game and then a potential regional final against Rosville to advance to their first ever state tournament. Salina Central, the only baseball team to make it out. Our other 9 baseball teams already eliminated. On the softball side, Chapman has advanced. This ball roped down the line, but it is foul. Ellsworth playing later today, southeast of Saline playing tomorrow. Those are your remaining teams still in the hunt. And matter of fact, let's see. Yeah, I don't think that baseball game or softball game for Ellsworth will start until later this evening. Here it's a high pitch. It misses. It evens the count at 2-2. On Addison Gillett. And no, we already have a final. Cimarron knocks off Ellsworth 6-5. That's ball 3 low. And then there were 4. So Ellsworth eliminated by Cimarron, a 6-4 final. Field really starting to narrow in north central Kansas. That one, well, you know what? Either way, it was going to put Addison Gillett aboard. It is a hit by pitch as she will earn it the hard way. So Gillett takes her base. And that will turn things over here to Haley Blake. Got a meeting in the circle here as coach is out to chat with his starting pitcher. She has now hit 2 batters, walked another. That's kind of the thing, too, for Bennington. They only have 3 hits. They're all singles today. Now he's going to have a quick chat. I think we'd have a pitching change. And we do have a pitching change. It looks like Berkeley Hernandez is going to come in relief of Abby Wilson. All right, well, we'll step away. We'll let you know more about it when we come back. You're watching regional softball coverage brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Well, Berkeley didn't need many warm-up pitches. She is right into the fray and ready to go. So a quick pitching change. Berkeley Hernandez into the game. The freshman is making her 16th appearance of the season. She has made 7 of those out of the bullpen. And she has pitched 60 2/3 innings. That is almost as many as Abby Wilson. The problem is Hernandez has a 1-8 record. Does have 1 save, a 4.39 ERA, a 1.96 whip. Pitch here misses outside. 57 strikeouts to 37 walks, 10 hit batters, and 312 is what opponents have hit off of her on average this season. Her first task will be retiring or finding a way to retire the ever-dangerous Haley Blake, who has taken the first 3 pitches outside the zone. Bat probably going to stay on the shoulder here for Blake, and it will. That one is in the dirt. It is ball. Oh, wow. No, they said one of those was a strike. Okay. So it's 3-1 now. 3-1 the count. Pitch on the way. Hit softly on the ground. Brown charging in, picks it up, throws to first. Oh, they're going to say it pulled her off the bag. Give Haley Blake, I guess you have to rule that an infield single. And it's runners at the corners from Mara Pickering. That was very close. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, it was a straight swap, as Wilson has taken over for Hernandez at first. And Hernandez, of course, in to pitch for Wilson. So a dangerous situation now. Mara Pickering at the plate. Alta Noon and the top of the lineup due up after that. Fresh count to work with. Runners at the corners. Runner does go down for second. They try the cutoff back to the pitcher, and they will essentially let Latham take the bag. Nobody out here in the 4th inning. Home half. Mara Pickering trying to make something happen here for the Lady Bulldogs, who already lead it 2-0. Squared to bunt, pulled it back. You wonder if that might bring the corners in. Pickering this season, you look at her body of work as a junior, she has driven in 11 runs in the regular season. She will take another one outside and the count to 2-1. Wind continues to blow in from left field to home plate. 1-2, there is the bunt. That is going to bring in a run, and there's nobody covering second base. Mara Pickering, it's an RBI bunt single. Haley Blake's spot, that's Latham on second, is safe. Addison Gillett comes in to score. And just like that, it's 3-0 Bennington. Pickering is aboard over at first, and Alta Noon, who singled and came in to score, is at the plate. That one ripped up the middle. It gets down. Schmeasley comes in, picks it up. They do wave the runner. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is offline, and that's going to score another run. Alta Noon, an RBI single, and then she moves up to second. And it's 4-0 Bennington with the top of the lineup coming to bat. Latham in to score. Pickering up to third. Noon up to second in the chaos. And Gracie Caswell, who has already reached base twice today, is the next to grab a bat here for Sacred Heart. Lady Bulldogs thinking about more here. Pitch in the dirt, good stop there. I mentioned the short run back to the backstop, the hardwood planks that the ball kind of bounces right off and comes back to the catcher if anything does get by. But none of that is hampered in any way Bennington from trying to bring runs in. And they're going to bring a few more runs in as that ball twisting to the left-hand side. The throw comes in. Cut off there. They will not throw to the plate. And Gracie Caswell tacks 2 more onto the lead. It's a 2 RBI single. And the Bulldog hit parade keeps on going here in the 4th. The crazy thing about this is that it's not like there's been any massive hits. It's been a string of 4 straight singles that have brought in 4 runs and given Bennington a 6-0 lead. You know, the Lady Bulldogs are thinking about more here too. As Brooklyn Merck comes to bat for the 3rd time today. She led off, or did not lead off, but she was hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Gracie Caswell aboard at first. Still nobody out here in the fourth. Pitch on the way. That misses high, and the count to 2-0. Riley Benin and Brooklyn Clark, ironically, the only two who have not reached base today. They are the two most excellent bats in the area. Oh, man, I thought I was going to get a foul ball there for a second. That thing kept on carrying. And we got a fan back here. Should have brought a glove to the ballpark today. So 2-0 the count. Brooklyn Merck at the plate looking for the first hit of her day. But honestly, any way she could find to get on base would bode well for Bennington. This is low and in the dirt. Caswell holds up at first. In case you're wondering, Caswell does have 6 stolen bases this year, but remember, that's not really Bennington's game. They do have 50 stolen bases on the year, but nothing crazy. Next pitch in the dirt, and that is a walk. So Brooklyn Merck will take her base for the second time today. Gracie Caswell moves up to second. And things starting to come unraveled just a bit for Valley Falls, who now find themselves down 6-0. You've also got Riley Benin and Brooklyn Clark, who, as I brought up a moment ago, are the two hardest hitters in this lineup. And you know those two are looking for an opportunity to make some noise here. Benin is 0 for 2 with a pop-out and a sacrifice fly. She sent one to center field. Good power for Benin. Takes here outside for a called strike, and the count begins 0-1. Benin digs back in. Next pitch on the way. That one misses down and out, and the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. It's been a slow climb for Bennington. They were scoreless in the first and the second. They scored 2 in the third. They've already got 4 across here in the fourth, and another miss up and out. Pinnell fakes the throw down to second. Benin back in the box with a 2-1 count. Pitch to Benin. Hit up and out to right field. The runner thought about tagging and then thought better of it. So Riley Benin flies out to right. A good throw for DeLong will prevent anybody from moving up, and it's 1 away here for Brooklyn Clark. You just feel like that big hit is coming for Brooklyn Clark. She struck out of the first. She popped out in the third. She's been, I wouldn't say down by any means, but she has been due for a big hit for about a week and a half. First pitch to Clark, a little excuse me swing. It'll find its way back to the dugout, and she will shake her head. Coach Siskowski comes out and has some words of encouragement here for her. So Clark will dig back in. Kaylee Nisbeth, the only batter who has not come to the plate in this inning, would be the next to hit if it comes to that. Pitch outside, count evens, 1-1. You got to give Pinnell a lot of credit defensively. She has stopped a lot of pitches from getting by that could have potentially advanced runners. A defensive stalwart behind the plate. That one outside and low, and the count goes to 2-1 here on Brooklyn Clark. Clark waiting for a pitch to drive, eyeing that fence out in left center. That's not the one. It's down and out. And if they're going to load the bases, you let them, especially with Kaylee Nisbeth awaiting her turn in the on-deck circle. 3-1, ideal hitters count. Here it comes to Clark. It's in the dirt. It's ball 4. And the bases are loaded for Kaylee Nisbeth. This gets interesting now for a couple of reasons. I won't go into too much detail here, but for Nisbeth, let's just say she represents a potentially very important run to this game. First pitch to Nisbeth, swing and a miss. It's a strike. Nisbeth, a senior, batting .413, slugging .556. 3 doubles, 3 triples, 0 home runs. Not really known as a power hitter. Pitch to Nisbeth, it's in the dirt. The count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. Gave several scores from earlier today. Nobody else left in our area to play today. It's just this one. And then the potential final should Bennington advance. 1-1 to Nisbeth. Swing and a miss. And the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kaylee Nisbeth down in the count, 1-2. Trying to fight her way back. Here comes the pitch. It's low and outside, and the count evens at 2-2. What a week it's been around our area. Had a lot of fun bringing you high school baseball and softball. Coverage continuing here. 2-strike count down the line. It is foul. Don't forget, too, only 1 out in the inning. So for Nisbeth, I mean, he gets something into the outfield, you're probably scoring a run, even if it's a sacrifice fly. Good speed aboard at third in the form of Gracie Caswell. Caswell at third, Brooklyn Merck at second, Brooklyn Clark at first. Pitch to Nisbeth, called strike 3, and that is the second out of the inning. It is a crucial one. And it's the first strikeout of the outing for Hernandez. And the player that started all this will be the one to try to avoid finishing it, as Addison Gillett takes her second at bat of this inning. She takes the first pitch for a called strike. Gillett hit by a pitch, came in to score. Here hits a lazy looper. It is a fair ball. That's going to score 1 run. They will wave a second around, and Bennington takes an 8-0 lead on an excuse me swing to right by Addison Gillett. It's a 2 RBI single, and it brings up Haley Blake with 2 gone and 2 aboard. Caswell comes in to score. Brooklyn Merck comes in to score. And in the dust, Brooklyn Clark moves up to third base. 8-0 lead. Bennington pouring it on here in the fourth. First pitch to Blake, it's outside. Gillett over at first base. Has 6 steals on the season. Would be unsurprised if she takes off here. Outside, ball 2. Still nice and toasty, about 65 degrees. Plenty of wind playing in today here in Bennington. 2-0 the count, pitch to Blake. She will slap that back up the middle. Another run comes in to score. Haley Blake, an RBI single. And the hit parade continues for the Lady Bulldogs, who now lead 9-0. So the pinch runner will come in for Haley Blake. No surprise there. It will be Allie Latham. Mara Pickering at the dish. She laid down a bunt single and brought in a run on said bunt single back in the 4th inning. And I believe the scoreboard should read 9-0. Right now it says 8. We've had trouble with that scoreboard today. Pitch on the way. That ball lifted. Carrying Connor. Back. Track. Caught it. And that will end this 4th inning. But a disastrous inning for Valley Falls. Bennington tacks on 7 runs. They've got a 9-0 lead as we go to the 5th. Lady Bulldogs firmly in control of this game. You're watching it right here, courtesy of Bennington State Bank.
Ready to take your nursing career to the next level? Memorial Health System in Abilene is hiring full-time registered nurses for their hospital emergency department, and they've got the perks to match. Sign-on bonuses, shift and weekend differentials, a child care stipend, and tuition reimbursement to keep you moving forward. Bring your skills where they'll make the biggest impact, right here in Abilene. Apply today at srhc.com. That's srhc.com to apply for this opening at Memorial Health System in Abilene, taking care of you so you can take care of others.
Welcome back in here to Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you. Hey, I want to remind you, as a farmer, protecting your farm from the unexpected is a priority, and the Davidson Agency and Buckeye Insurance Group will make certain that you have the coverage you need for the times you need it most. The Davidson Agency proudly represents Buckeye Insurance Group and wants to be your hometown insurance agent. The Davidson Agency and Buckeye Insurance Group, working together to protect you. Lady Bulldogs lead it 9-0 as we go to the top of the 5th. And all of a sudden, I mean, Valley Falls, they were in this game, right? It was a 0-0 tie going into the 3rd, going into the bottom of the 4th. It was just a 2-0 lead for Bennington, nothing drastic. You still felt good about what you needed to do. Now the hill gets very steep to climb. And add insult to injury, it's the bottom 3rd of the order due up here for Valley Falls, as Brecken Moore, Callie DeLong, and Paisley Heinen will be the 3 to lead the inning off. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-2. Sorry, 1-1 here on Brecken Moore, who is 0 for 1 with a swinging strikeout today. A reminder, if Bennington holds on to this lead, we will have coverage of the regional final between what would be Bennington and Rosville. Never say never for Valley Falls, but it's shaping up like that may very well be the matchup. And if it is, you can catch it right here on this very stream link. We'll have it for you about 25 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Valley Falls trying to fight back. This may be their last chance. It's right into the glove of Brooklyn Merck. Boy, struck well by Brecken Moore, but a line out. And that's one gone here in the 5th. I will also remind you that should it remain a 9-0 game on the other side, Bennington's going to have a chance to walk it off, as they will need just one more run to trigger the 10-run rule. That ball popped up and right to Caswell for out number 2. So 2 up, 2 down. Haley Blake is cruising. She will now face Paisley Heinen, the slap hitter, standing in from the left side. Heinen at the ready. Started running down the line. Yep, and she'll do so again. That is her game. Takes a strike, though. It's a good spot by Blake, keeping it on the outer half. Haley Blake back to work, brings the pitch home, and it will be in there for a called strike. Hey, I want to also thank Twin Valley Schools for helping bring you coverage of today's game. Small classes, big opportunities in both Bennington and Tesket. Pitch on the way. That one taken to Brooklyn Clark. She will fire to first in time. And the Bennington Lady Bulldogs hunting one more run when we come back to try to wrap this game up early and punch their ticket to the regional final. We'll have it on the other side. Coverage of this regional is presented by Bennington State Bank.
Love is in the air and bridal season is here. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been helping couples celebrate life's most meaningful moments for over 140 years. From stunning engagement rings to timeless wedding bands, every piece is crafted to tell your unique story. Whether you're planning the perfect proposal or preparing for a big day, our experienced team is here to guide you every step of the way. Vernon Jewelers, downtown Salina, serving you for over 140 years, because we're not old, just really good at what we do.
Welcome back in on the campus of Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you, Brian Dennett, producing and engineering earlier today on this very stream link. You can go back and take a look if you'd like. Rosville took down Sacred Heart 10-0 to advance to the regional final. Bennington is one run away from doing the same here to Valley Falls, and if they can hold on, then keep it tuned right here, because we're going to have coverage of the regional championship game, if it is between Bennington and Rosville, right here, free of charge on Salina Post. If you know anybody else that can't make it out to the games, by the way, feel free to share the link. We love sharing this with everybody, especially those folks who maybe couldn't make it to Bennington today. All to noon, Gracie Caswell and Brooklyn Merck to lead it off. The Lady Bulldogs only need one. It's another inning of work for Berkeley Hernandez. The freshman came in relief and didn't give up any free passes at all. Actually, she did give up 2 walks. But aside from that, it's just been a string of hits and singles, to be specific. Matter of fact, for all the damage that Bennington has done, for the 9 runs and for the nearly 13 hits, they don't have an extra base hit today. Alta Noon puts this one out into right field, and Bennington has the game-winning runner aboard. And how about Alton Noon today? 3 for 3 from the 9-hole. Alton Noon has 9 hits all season. She's got 3 more hits today. Gracie Caswell comes to bat for the 4th time today. Caswell has reached base safely 3 times. First pitch to Caswell in the dirt. Noon lurking off of first. Never want to make that first out or the third out at second base. Pitch to Caswell. That one also low and outside. Alton Noon holds up over at first. What a day we've been treated to. Great regional softball. Next pitch to Caswell. It's in there for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-1. Gracie Caswell reached on an error, had an infield single, and then a 2 RBI single. She has scored 2 runs today. That one struck well into left field. It's another single, and they just keep coming for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. My goodness. I mean, this is getting out of hand. We're talking about 10 singles in one game. Brooklyn Merck stands in. Alton Noon at second base. And what do we have here? Are we going to have a pitching change? Or maybe just a chat? Not sure what this is about exactly, but we'll take this moment to remind you that this presentation is brought to you in part by Kansas Bankers Technologies and Technical Consulting, your partners in secure banking technology and seamless IT solutions. Also, don't forget, Salina Regional Health Center is hiring. See all their open positions and start your new career today by visiting srhc.com. And we'd like to throw one final thank you to Twin Valley Schools. Small classes, big opportunities in Bennington and Tesket. It looks like it will remain Berkeley Hernandez, the freshman, trying to keep Alton Noon from scoring. If the runner at second comes in to score, the Bennington Lady Bulldogs will advance to the regional final for the 3rd consecutive year, and Brooklyn Merck has a chance to do just that. First pitch to Merck is close, but just off the plate for ball 1. Riley Benin in the on-deck circle. Brooklyn Clark in the hole. 1-0. Outside ball 2. Brooklyn Merck today was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. She was walked in the 4th and came in to score. She struck out swinging in the 1st. She will lift this up. It will remain on the infield, and that's 1 retired here for Valley Falls. So Riley Benin, who is still in search of her first hit of the day. Her first hit of the day could end the game. She drove in a sacrifice fly to center field back in the 3rd. She has a pop out to short, and she has a fly out to right. Pitch to Benin, in there for a strike. Alton Noon not messing around at second base. You got to run the bases smart here, especially with 1 gone. Pitch to Benin, hit softly. They will go the short way, and that is 2 gone. That, by the way, is a heads-up play by Hernandez. It's tempting to try to get the lead runner there, but ultimately the lead runner doesn't matter if you have 2 outs. So Brooklyn Clark, who has been waiting for her moment to do something special today, how about this? Game-winning runner 60 feet away. You get her in, and your team goes to the regional final. First pitch on the ground, up the middle, picked up by Moore. Throw to first in time, and Valley Falls will live to see another inning. We go to the 6th. Bennington still needing 1 more run. They'll have to wait for now. We'll be back in a bit. Coverage of this regional brought to you by the good folks at Bennington State Bank.
Lily Pad Septic, this is Callie, where we can get you a flush and a rush. How can we help you flush today?
Oh, it smells like something died out by my septic tank. It's bad.
Oh no, I know that smell you're talking about. Cole!
I smelt it from here.
Flush! The freakishly fast frog!
I'll follow the funk. It's not a dead animal, sir. It's your septic tank venting gases. Oof. She's full, real full.
That's the smell.
I've got to get back and tell Callie. Callie, he needs a pump out, quick.
Already got a pump truck rolling.
If you need a flush and a rush, call Lily Pad Septic.
We guarantee to inspect your septic issues within 24 hours.
Or you get a free septic tank pump out worth $399.
Lily Pad Septic.
We'll be there in a splash.
Callie, quick, kiss me. That stink stuck to my skin.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, good. I can smell other things again.
Welcome back into Bennington High School. Tyler Henry alongside you, Brian Dennett producing and engineering today. Things cooling off a little bit here in Bennington as the sun sets behind the clouds. And hey, I want to remind you fans, don't forget to check out our Salina Post Facebook page and at S Post Sports on X all throughout the postseason to see video highlights from around the area, proudly presented by Billings Group. Top of the lineup with a chance for Valley Falls. Gracie Connor, Abby Wilson, and Berkeley Hernandez will lead off the sixth. Boy, it didn't look like Valley Falls was going to get here after Alta Noon. The potential game-winning run got to second base with nobody out. But the Lady Dragons weathered the storm, and they lived to fight another inning here, down 9-0. This ball taken up the middle. It'll be picked up by Brooklyn Merker. Throw to first is in time, and that is 1 out recorded here in the sixth. Abby Wilson, the next to grab a bat. Like I said, Haley Blake has been great today. Blake has only allowed a bunt single, a standard single, and a walk. That's it. Pitch misses high to Abby Wilson. Wilson's hit the ball hard twice today, but she's lined out to the pitcher and the third baseman. So unfortunately, still trying to get that first chance to get on base. And it's another hard hit ball, barehanded by Merck. Her throw to first is not in time as it pulls Gillett off the bag. And Abby Wilson legs out an infield single with one down. Berkeley Hernandez, the next to grab a bat. Hernandez singled back in the first. She grounded out in the fourth. One out in the inning. Pitch on the way. Jam shot. Easy work for Caswell. 2 gone. So Tegan Pinnell steps in now. Pinnell was walked in the fourth. I wouldn't even say Pinnell was walked. She earned that walk. She got down 0-2, fought off a couple of pitches, and then worked her way back into a walk. Aside from that, 0 for 1 with a ground out in the first inning. Here she'll take it off her own foot. Haley Blake back in the circle. 0-1 the count to Pinnell, brings it home. And Pinnell fouls it off. So the count to 1-2. Bennington trying to get their bats back up, trying to bring in that last run. It'll be Kaylee Nisbeth, Addison Gillett, and Haley Blake to lead off the inning on the other side. Haley Blake brings it home. That one hits softly to Gillett, who will tag the bag herself. And that will end the top of the sixth. So once again, Bennington will hunt down one final run when we come back. If they can do that, they knock off Valley Falls. We'll have it for you on the other side. Coverage of this regional presented by Bennington State Bank.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
Welcome back in for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. It will be Kaylee Nisbeth, Addison Gillett, and Haley Blake to lead off the 6th inning. And for the second consecutive inning, Bennington needs just one run to wrap it up. They'll have two ways they can do this. If they score a run, the game is over. If they do not score a run, they'll have a chance to pick up 3 more outs and wrap it up that way. And either way, the Rosville Lady Dogs await them in the regional final. That game coming your way right here on Salina Post a little bit after this one, approximately 25 minutes. First pitch to Kaylee Nisbeth. And Nisbeth tries to ambush Valley Falls with a bunt. Remember, in the quarterfinals, both of these teams won with a blowout. Valley Falls defeated Troy 17-0. Bennington knocked off Republic County 16-0. Nisbeth got golfing at a pitch low and outside, and the count is 1-2, 0-2. Nisbeth back in the box. Hernandez trying to give her bats one last chance. Now one low for ball one, and the count goes to 1-2. Also brought it up a couple of times throughout the course of the broadcast, but we have just 4 teams left alive. Southeast of Salina softball will play tomorrow. Bennington softball in progress right now. As that one is hit on the line, those 2 teams could still potentially get to state. Chapman softball has already gotten to state. Salina Central baseball has already gotten to state. And for 20 teams in our area, that's all she wrote. Everybody else has been eliminated. But it'll be a lot of fun picking up coverage of all of those teams in the big tournament next week. This ball skied up out to right. DeLong settles under it and makes the catch for out number 1. So Addison Gillett is back up to bat here. Gillett was hit by a pitch and came in to score in the 4th. She had a 2 RBI single in the 5th. Also a sacrifice bunt that turned into a double play. That came back in the 2nd. Gillett lifts this one up to center. Schmeasley makes the catch, and it's very quickly 2 gone in the bottom of the 6th. So Haley Blake, the last hope for a walk-off here, if that's the way Bennington wants to do this. Blake on the season, in case you're curious, does not have a home run. So it would likely be a manufactured run of some sort. This one instead, back to the pitcher. Hernandez has to try to recover. Her throw to first, very casual and not in time. Haley Blake is 4 for 4 today. 2 singles and 2 infield singles. And now Bennington does in fact have that potential game-winning run aboard here for Mara Pickering. Pickering, a bunt single, a flyout, and a ground out. She's 1 for 3 today. First pitch, it's low. Latham in to run for Haley Blake, as she always is. (1-0) on the way, misses down and outside. The way Haley Blake is pitching today, I mean, you might just want to get her back out there if you're Bennington. She's got a 9-run lead, and she only needs to record 3 more outs. This ball hit on the ground. It will get underneath the glove. Trying to turn and thinking about taking another base. Now you got a traffic jam. Throw back down to second, not in time. Boy, Latham just about got caught doing something silly. Mara Pickering with a single, and now that game-winning run is in scoring position for Alton Noon. What a day Alton Noon has had. She had 9 hits on the season coming into today. She has 3 hits in this game in as many plate appearances. A single in the 3rd, a single in the 4th, a single in the 5th. This ball taken to second, and for the first time, Alton Noon is retired, and that will take us to the 7th inning. Bennington 3 outs away from wrapping up a spot in the regional final. We'll see if they can do it when we come back. Coverage of this game presented by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, The pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Back here on the campus of Bennington High School, Tyler Henry alongside you. Brian Dennett producing and engineering for us today. And the Lady Bulldogs 3 outs away from locking up a win. They lead it 9-0. It'll be Lily Brown, Brooklyn Schmeasley, and Brecken Moore to lead off the inning here for Valley Falls. And they do represent the last 3 hopes for the Lady Dragons. Seen 4 hits today, all of them singles for the Lady Dragons. This ball popped up. Correction on my part, 3 singles and a walk. That is all that Haley Blake has allowed today. There has been 1 base runner to get past first base today, period. Blake trying to close it out. That ball lifted up. It's falling fast, but not fast enough. Gracie Caswell gloves it. 1 down. Cloud cover has filled it up here in Bennington. Brooklyn Schmeasley steps in here. She laid down a bunt single in the second. She struck out swinging in the 4th. First pitch from Haley Blake in there for a strike. If Bennington advances, expect Blake to be the starting pitcher. For the regional final, they're going to ride that arm for as long as they can. 0-1 to Schmeasley. Ball up high. Lady Bulldogs trying to advance to face the other Lady Bulldogs. Rosville knocked off Sacred Heart 10-0 earlier today. Here it's another strike. And the count is 0-2. Haley Blake looking to record the second out of the 7th. She will bring it home. And it's knocked foul to keep herself alive. Schmeasley doing all she can. Rossville, the 3 seed in this bracket with the win today, moves to 21-7. If they do play Bennington, the Lady Bulldogs will be 23-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch, and it misses up high. And in case you're just tuning in, if you weren't with us earlier, if it is in fact Bennington and Rossville, and it's looking like it will be, don't go anywhere. This will be the very same stream link where we will have the regional final. And as always, it streams 100% free on Salina Post with live video and audio commentary. People ask all the time, how do we keep our coverage free, especially in the playoffs? The answers are great sponsors. Bennington State Bank, Twin Valley Schools, the Davidson Agency have all chipped in today to help make this stream possible as Blake misses it up high and the count rings full on Brooklyn Schmeasley. Schmeasley will stand back in. She has already reached base once today. Haley Blake only has 2 strikeouts today. And that one misses as Schmeasley will take her base. Second walk of the day issued by Haley Blake, and it brings up Brecken Moore. So, the Lady Dragons not dead quite yet. They do still trail by 9. They're down to their final 2 outs. Swing and a miss at the first pitch. Brecken Moore today is 0 for 2. She lined out back in the 5th inning. She struck out in the 2nd. 9-0 is our score. Bennington hunting 2 more outs. This might be one of them. Popped up, drifting out. Catches made by Caswell. 2 P4s here in the 7th, and the Lady Bulldogs are 1 out away from advancing to their 3rd straight regional final. Callie DeLong represents the final hope for the Valley Falls Lady Dragons. She is 0 for 2 today. First pitch to her on the line into the glove of Gillett. And that will do it. Bennington, a dominant performance, a 9-0 win as they eliminate Valley Falls. We'll step away. We'll come back. We'll have the Commercial Tire Center postgame report. But, hey, don't go anywhere. Coming up about 25 minutes after this, we'll see if Bennington can get themselves to their first ever state tournament. They'll have to take down Rosville to do it. We'll have postgame next, and then in about 30 minutes, it's coverage of that regional final. You've watched it all today, brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hard-working diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
Welcome back in. Hits the Commercial Tire Center postgame report here to put the finishing touches on this. A 9-0 semifinal victory for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. They get it over Valley Falls. And for the Lady Dragons, their season comes to an end at 14-11. Final numbers from this game look like this. Bennington, 9 runs on 13 hits. They did not commit any errors, and they stranded 9 runners on base. That'll be something to keep an eye on in the championship game. Valley Falls, meanwhile, scored no runs on 3 hits, committed 2 errors, and stranded 4 runners on base. The win goes to Haley Blake, who improves on the season. Well, we don't have her win-loss record, so let's just say this. A lot of wins to very few losses this season for Haley Blake. And then on the other side, Abby Wilson will collect the loss for Valley Falls. The game took exactly 1.5 hours to complete. Our Vernon Jewelers gem of the game. Boy, it's always tempting to give this to Haley Blake, but today I got 2 players to give it to. The 2 players who bookend the lineup. Gracie Caswell, the leadoff hitter, this is what she does. 3 for 3 on the day. She had 3 singles today. Actually, 3 players. Caswell went a perfect 3 for 3 at the plate with 3 singles. Haley Blake went 4 for 4 at the plate with 3 singles. And how about Alton Noon, who came into today's game with 9 total hits on the season? She added 3 more as part of a 3 for 3 day at the plate with, you guessed it, 3 singles. So Gracie Caswell, Gracie Caswell, Haley Blake, and Alton Noon will all split our Vernon Jewelers Gem of the Game award. Hey, we're going to take about a 30-minute break, maybe 25 minutes, maybe 20, who knows. We'll see how Keisha's feeling today. We're going to have coverage of the regional championship game. It is coming your way right here on Salina Post. It'll be here on this very stream link. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stick with us, and in about 30 minutes, we'll see whether Bennington can get by Rosville and advance to their very first ever state tournament. We'll find out here in about 25 minutes. This has been coverage of the semifinals. You got both games here courtesy of Bennington State Bank. Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the third and final game to be played here from the Bennington Regional. It's for a ticket to the 1-2A state tournament, and it takes place between Rosville High School and Bennington Bulldogs. Bennington comes in, the 2 seed, at 23-2. Rosville enters as the 3 seed at 21-7. Both of these teams picked up a semifinal victory on this very field earlier today, and now they meet. The winner goes to state, the loser goes home. It's going to be a good one, and we're bringing it to you right here on Salina Post, courtesy of Bennington State Bank. First couple of pitches already underway. This ball taken out to left field, and Kayla Nisbeth comes in to make the catch to retire Brooke Springer. Let's meet the starting lineup. For the Rossville Lady Dogs, Brooke Springer, the shortstop, will let it off there with a fly out to left. She will be followed by left fielder Fallon Clerman, then center fielder Kenna Pirine, second baseman Claire Whitmore in the cleanup spot today. And boy, very quickly, 2 outs as Gillett ranges over to make the catch. So Kenna Pirine will grab a bat, then second baseman Claire Whitmore, right fielder Nora Burdick, pitcher Addie Henry, catcher Nora Mitchell, first baseman Shaylee Hubble, and third baseman Maggie Sanders brings up the caboose of the Lady Dog lineup here today. In the circle for Bennington, Haley Blake comes out to make the 21st start of her season. She has now tossed more than 100 innings for Bennington. She has a 1.74 ERA, a sub-1 whip, and over 100 strikeouts on the season compared to just 20 walks. Opponents this year hit just .201 off of Blake. Haley Blake could be the X factor in this game. I'll explain what I mean by that. Ooh, did that get? Yeah, they're going to say that hit. Yeah, that hit Kenna Pirine, and so she will take her base on a hit by pitch with 2 outs to bring up Claire Whitmore. And let's quickly take you around the horn here. Riley Benin gets the start behind the dish. It's Addison Gillett over at first, Gracie Caswell at second, Brooklyn Merck at short, and Brooklyn Clark at third. The left fielder, Kaylee Nisbeth. It's Mara Pickering in center and Altanoon in right. First pitch is in for a called strike to Claire Whitmore. Each of these teams has one X factor that the other team simply lacks, and we'll be curious to see which of those carries more weight as this game goes on. Runner does go down to second, but Benin will have to eat it. And Pirine slides up into scoring position with a stolen base. Rossville does not have a single pitcher with an ERA south of 3.5. That's where the X factor for Bennington comes into play. Her name is Haley Blake. You're looking at her in the circle. However, Rossville played a much tougher schedule when you look at the games that this dog team sought out. They took on Silver Lake, Santa Fe Trail, Topeka Hayden, Onegat, Sabetha, Nemaha Central. Up and down the schedule, you see 3A teams, you see 4A teams, and you see a Rossville squad that has battled some of the best in the state coming into this. So a tough schedule against the best pitcher out there today. We'll see which one prevails. This ball slapped into left field. It is picked up but then bobbled. They send the runner immediately, and Rossville is on the board. Kenna Pirine, hit by a pitch, came screaming around third. It was never even a question. And give Claire Whitmore an RBI single as Rossville takes the early 1-0 lead. That is how quickly Rossville can get up on you as the Lady Dogs convert a hit by pitch into a run. Now it falls to Nora Burdick to try to keep it going. That's one thing that we've noticed about this Rossville team. That green light pretty much stays on all the time at third base. They may not have an insane amount. I mean, they have 101 stolen bases. That's pretty ridiculous. But this is a team that, you know, if you're going to debate whether or not to send a runner around third, they're basically just going to say, look, go, and we'll figure it out from there. That's going to keep the defense, specifically the outfield, on their toes today. You feel like a good throw from Nisbeth might have got her, but she bobbled it a bit out and left. Pitch now to Burdick. That misses high and outside, and the count goes to 3-0. Bennington has not been down often. Matter of fact, they've not faced much adversity this year at all. They lost 2 games to Inman, which at the time put them at 2-2. This one in there for a strike and a count to 3-1. Following that, Bennington, they went and rattled off 21 straight wins, and that's the streak that they carry into this game. Rosville has won their last 7. Both of these teams have been ridiculously good. Pitch on the way, that misses inside, and it's a walk to Nora Burdick to put 2 runners aboard with 2 out for Addie Henry. Henry has a chance here to give herself some run support. She is today's starting pitcher. On the other side here. First pitch to Henry. It is in there for a called strike. Going back to the first game of the day, Rosville defeated Sacred Heart 10-0. Addie Henry had a walk. She was then intentionally walked, so she's still looking for her first hit of the day. Haley Blake brings it home. Weak contact back to Blake. She will turn and fire to first, and that will end the top half of inning number 1. But Rosville on the board. They take a 1-0 lead. We'll step away. We've got more regional coverage when we come back. It's brought to you today by Bennington State Bank.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
Welcome back to the ballpark here on the campus of Bennington High School. Rossville takes a 1-0 lead in the top of the first, and now it's Bennington with a chance to get their bats up for the first time today. And let's go ahead and meet the starting lineup for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. It'll be Gracie Caswell, the second baseman, to lead things off, then shortstop Brooklyn Merck, starting catcher Riley Benin, and third baseman Brooklyn Clark in the cleanup spot today. Batting in the 5-hole, it's left fielder Kaylee Nisbeth, then first baseman Addison Gillett, starting pitcher Haley Blake, center fielder Mara Pickering, and right fielder Alton Noon brings up the rear of the Bennington lineup today. You feel like the edge belongs to Bennington in pitching, but boy, I'll tell you what, Rossville has got a couple of dogs, no pun intended, and one of them is in the circle right now. Addie Henry has been solid this year. This is her 15th appearance as the first pitch is swung on and missed by Gracie Caswell. Henry has tossed in 68 innings this year. She has a 4.4 ERA, a 1.6 whip, 57 strikeouts to 31 walks, and 6 hit batters. This ball is fouled back here, and the count goes to 0-2 on Gracie Caswell. All the games happening in our area today have been of the softball variety. Baseball's already wrapped up. We'll talk more about that throughout the course of the day, but for now, it's an 0-2 count. Caswell will line it down and foul, as that one just missed its spot. And the count remains 0-2. Been a great day of high school softball here at the Bennington Regional. Proud to bring you coverage of all of it, courtesy of Bennington State Bank. Rossville defeated Sacred Heart 10-0. Bennington defeated Valley Falls 9-0. You go back to the first games that these two played, and they weren't particularly close either. Rossville beat Horton 14-1. Bennington beat Republic County 16-0. So neither one of these teams has really been challenged in the postseason. This ball on a line, but it hangs up, and Pirine makes the catch out in center field for 1 out. To go back and finish out the numbers, actually we gave the numbers. 57 strikeouts to 31 walks, 6 hit batters for Addie Henry. Opponents hitting .278 off of her. Take you around the horn defensively for Rossville. It's Mitchell behind the dish, Hubble over at first, Whitmore at second, Springer at short, and Sanders at third. The outfield from left to right, Clermont, Pirine, and Burdick. 1 gone in the home half of the first. Brooklyn Merck at the plate here for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. Pitch on the way, that misses high and outside. This is a Rossville team that they were dominant when they were in 3A, and they've been just as dominant now that they've moved down to 1-2A. They still keep a lot of those 3 and sometimes even 4A schools on their schedule. threw some of the names out there earlier, but you look up and down, and it's a who's who of softball royalty. Silver Lake, Santa Fe Trail, Topeka, Hayden, Sabetha, Perry, Lecompton, Nemaha Central, St. Mary's. A lot of teams that you're going to see popping up in state tournaments all around the state. Right now it's Rosville trying to get their way to said state tournament, but they've got to go through Bennington first. The Lady Bulldogs of Bennington hosting this regional by virtue of their 22-2 record, and some good wins in the mix as well for this Bennington team. 2-2. This is high and away. Easy take there for Brooklyn Merck. And the count rings full at 3-2. Merck digs in, trying to start something for Bennington here in the first. Her dugout making plenty of noise, and she will fight off yet another pitch to keep herself in this count. It's a battle of the Bulldogs here on a Wednesday night. The winner goes to state in Class 1-2A. Pitch coming, soft contact. It's picked up by Hubble, and she will tag the bag, and that is 2 away to bring up Riley Benin. With Benin and Brooklyn Clark, you kind of wonder if maybe they were saving up all the hits for the championship game. It was a bit of a slow start for both of those two, but a very dangerous Lady Bulldog lineup. This, as a team, they bat .393. They slug .505. 47 doubles, 13 home runs. Rossville's been great, too. They bat .362, slug .527 on the year. Pitch on the way. That is a called ball, high and outside. Both teams very fast, very strong. They hit for power. They run the bases. Haley Blake may have a slight edge in the circle, but that still remains to be seen. Addie Henry facing Riley Benin. Brings it home. It is called the ball at the knees, and the count rolls here to 2-0. Benin's been patient all season long. She will take a strike at the knees, and the count to 2-1, and Benin's seen it now. Pitch coming at the knees, and the count to 3-1 here on Benin. Remember, it was Rossville who got themselves on the board as part of a 2-out rally. That came in the top of the first. 2 quick outs recorded, then Rossville picked it up. Here comes the next pitch, and that, yep, it's outside. It's ball 4, and Riley Benin will take her base. I cannot say this definitively, but I'm not sure there have ever been this many people packed in here at Bennington High School. Boy, it is an awesome atmosphere for some high school softball. And here comes Brooklyn Clark. First pitch to Clark. She will take a cut and comes up empty. The count begins 0-1. It was a rough start for Clark earlier today. As in the win over Valley Falls, she went 0 for 3. Did reach on a walk and came in to score a run. Here, a 1-0 count. That one is in the dirt. This is not a Bennington team that is steal happy by any means. 50 stolen bases on the year coming into this regional semifinal round anyway. Clark digs in. Here comes the 1-1. It misses high and away. And you can already see Addie Henry kind of trying to paint the corners, but this has been the one Achilles heel, if one exists for Rossville, has been free base runners, and at times it's been meatballs. This one misses high and away, and the count goes to 3-1 on Brooklyn Clark. Clark has lived here this year, bats .493, slugs .986, 35 hits, 8 home runs, 43 RBI. The 3-1. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks, and Bennington has 2 aboard here for Kaylee Nisbeth. Timeout called. A little meeting in the circle as Henry's teammates will huddle up around her and give her some words of encouragement. And it's Nisbeth with a great chance to make something happen here for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. Nisbeth in the first game today, 0 for 3 with a walk. That's kind of what I'm saying. Some of the best bats for Bennington had curiously slow starts, despite the fact that the rest of the offense delivered as part of a 9-0 win over Valley Falls. Nisbeth this season a senior, batting .413, slugging .556. First pitch to her. She will take it off the dome of Mitchell, who appears to be none the worse for wear. Rosville in the all-black jerseys, white pinstripes with the red numerals trimmed in white. For Bennington, they go with the all-gray jerseys, black pinstripes, white numerals trimmed in black. Pitch comes home from Addie Henry. That one gets away, and both runners will slide up and take a base on the passed ball. All of a sudden, Bennington has a chance not just to tie the game, but to potentially take the lead if Nisbeth could find a good pitch to drive. 2 runners in scoring position. Bennington down by 1. Henry brings home the 1-1 pitch. That's in the dirt. Good stop by Mitchell. In case you're just joining us for the first time today, the backstop run is very short, and it's hardwood planking, which means any pitch that gets cleanly by the pitcher is going to bounce right back to the catcher. But we've already seen aggressive base running by Bennington today. 2-1, misses high, and the count to 3 balls and 1 strike again. Addie Henry, 31 walks to 57 strikeouts coming into this game. She has been the one tasked with trying to get Rosville over the finish line and into the state tournament. The 3-1. That ball golfed that. It is a high pop-up, and that will end the inning as Springer grabs it, and that will wrap up the first. Bennington threatens but does not score. We'll take a break. When we come back, it's second inning action on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage of this regional presented by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hardworking diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
To the second inning we go. Still a 1-0 lead for the Rosville Lady Bulldogs. Nora Mitchell, Shaylee Hubble, and Maggie Sanders to lead off the inning. And a reminder, coverage of this regional brought to you by Bennington State Bank. We also want to throw a huge thank you to Twin Valley Schools. Small classes, big opportunities in Bennington and Tesket. Nora Mitchell stands in at the ready, takes the first pitch in for a called strike. Mitchell batted in that same 7-hole in the first game, reached on an error, actually reached on 2 errors, also had a 2 RBI single. So an adventurous day at the plate for Mitchell, to say the least, as part of a 10-0 win for Rosville over Sacred Heart. And that's kind of the other thing a lot of people debate. Is it better to play the back-to-back like Bennington's done here? They played the second game and now the third game today. Stay warmed up, stay kind of in the zone, or is it better to do what Rosville did, beat Sacred Heart 10-0, and then take a couple of hours to take in some high school softball before you come up to play? Either way, Nora Mitchell strikes out looking. It's the first K of the day for Haley Blake, and it's 1 down here in the second for Shaylee Hubble. Like I said, this Rosville team offensively ridiculous. They bat .362 as a team. They slug .527. They have hit 21 home runs. They have 101 stolen bases. Crazy power, crazy speed. They've been equal on strikeouts and walks at 95 apiece. Shaylee Hubble, the next to grab a bat here for the Lady Dogs. 1 down in the second. Haley Blake brings it home. That one zipped in there for a strike, and the count to 1-1. Hubble, a senior, batting .279, 19 hits, none of the extra base variety, but 11 RBI this year and 17 runs scored. Pitch coming home, that misses high and in, and the count to 2-1 strike. We are down to 4 remaining teams in our area. Pitch to Hubble. Ball low. Salina Central Baseball has clinched their spot in the 5A state tournament. Chapman Softball will be headed to the 4A state tournament. That leaves just 2 teams of the 20 remaining, including this Bennington squad. As a ball tipped back to the screen, will even the count at 2-2 on Shaylee Hubble. Today, right now, obviously, if you're tuned in, you're watching. Bennington taking on Rosville with a chance to go to state. Then tomorrow, we'll pick up action in the semifinals as Southeast of Salina looks to do the same in Class 3A. Another 2-strike pitch, another fight of an at-bat. Hubble tips it back to the screen to keep her at bat alive. You also wonder how much longer we'll go before the lights turn on here. Been a while since we've done any high school baseball or softball under the lights. Here comes the 2-2. That one taken back up the middle. Charging over is Brooklyn Merck, who fires to first, but not in time to get the speedy Shaylee Hubble. It's an infield single for the 8-hole hitter. And as Maggie Sanders comes to bat, Rossville back in business here in the second. Sanders smacked the 2 RBI single in the win over Sacred Heart. She also struck out and popped out today. And, of course, you got to deal with the top of the order coming up next. First pitch on the way, staying put for now, is Hubble. This Rossville team, as I mentioned, coming into this regional, 101 stolen bases on the year. Hubble has 10 of those. They will square, fake the bunt. Hubble dancing off the bag, trying to bait the throw, which she does, but you got to get up pretty early if you want to force a bad throw out of Riley Benin. She's been doing this for a while. Count is 1-1. Maggie Sanders at the dish. Here it comes from Haley Blake, squaring to bunt, popping it up. Boy, that was almost an out. Brooklyn Clark coming in, just not quite fast enough. And the count stays 1-1 here to Maggie Sanders. This feels like a crucial out to get with Brooks Springer and Fallon Klerman due up next. The 1-2. Missed it high, and the count evens. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Shaylee Hubble aboard at first. Haley Blake in the circle, hunting the second out of the inning. The 2-2. That one raked down the left field line. It's going to take a hop off the corner of the fence. Hubble is waved in. There will not be a throw at the plate. It is an RBI double for Maggie Sanders. And Rossville doubles the lead. They take a 2-0 edge here in the second. Rossville fans have showed up in force today, and they are loving it. 1 down, a runner in scoring position, and Brooke Springer at the plate. The leadoff hitter getting her second AB of the game. First pitch to Springer is inside, ball 1. Let's take a look around and see what else has been going on in Class 1-2A today. Plenty of other brackets finalizing games. That ball struck well, still carrying out to center. Pickering makes the catch. Tagging up is Sanders. She will be in at third without a throw. So Springer is out, but another insurance run potentially just 60 feet away, and Fallon Klerman has a chance to be the one to bring her in. Klerman digs in from the right side. Haley Blake brings it home. In there for a called strike. Other games happening today. Onega knocked off McLouth on the other side of the bracket. Mission Valley taking on Jackson Heights. That game should be wrapping up soon, so a battle between the 2 winners for that spot at state. This one taken into left field. Another run will score. Fallon Clermont keeps the line moving with an RBI single. And Rosville takes a 3-0 lead. Maggie Sanders in to score. Bennington just needing to record one more out. Trying to get their bats back up here in the home half of the second. Kenna Pirine, who scored the game's first run. It was on a hit by pitch. She then stole second and came in on the RBI single by Claire Whitmore. She is in the on-deck circle. Pirine digs in. Here comes the pitch from Blake. And that'll miss low and inside, and the count goes to 2-1. Pirine at the ready, the 1-2. That one popped up. It'll find its way into foul territory. Back in the win over Sacred Heart. Pirine from the 3-hole reached on a walk, bunted her way on for a single. Also had a double and a run scored as, boy, it was a pretty close game until the 5th, and then the explosion happened. 5 runs in the 5th, 2 in the 6th for Rosville. That ball struck well. That's got a chance. It's gone. 2-run home run for Kenna Pirine. And Rosville is pouring it on here in the second inning. Things have gone from bad to worse for Bennington. And the lead is now 5-0 Dogs. Coach Siskowski is out to chat with her starting pitcher. I mean, you got to think, there's not going to be a pitching change. Blake has tossed, coming into the regional, she had tossed 92 of the 98 innings this season. This is Bennington's ace. And you're not going to lift her in her senior year for anything, but boy, Rosville has just jumped all over her early in this game. They're finding the gaps in the defense. And now a little bit of power as Kenna Pirine blasts the home run. 7th home run of the year for Pirine. She leads the team. Still 2 out here in the second. And Claire Whitmore at the dish. An RBI single already for Whitmore. That came back in the first. Pitch on the way from Haley Blake. Misses low. Other regional brackets across the state of Kansas. Uniontown defeated Hillsborough 10-0 earlier today. Got a game going on between Marias and Chase County. Another final for you. Remington defeated Southern Lyon County 5-1. Here it is the finale. The winner goes to state. Rosville making an impeccable case early. 2-0 misses high, and Haley Blake starting to miss her spots just a bit. And 6 runs, I mean, that's not an insurmountable hill to climb for a Bennington team that has scored over 300 runs this year. They've outscored their opponents 309-42. They've never given up more than 8 runs in a game, period. 3-1 pitch. That's in there for strike 2, and the count rings full on Claire Whitmore. Rosville trying to keep it rolling here. Whitmore at the dish. Payoff pitch. Fouled away. We'll do it again. That'll find its way right back to Haley Blake. Both fan bases have packed this place out. 3-2 the count. Bennington trying to keep the deficit at 5. Second payoff pitch of the at-bat. Ball 4, and Claire Whitmore will take her base. Nora Burdick, who walked in the first inning, comes to bat for the second time here. Burdick bats .419, slugs .514, 31 hits on the year, and 1 home run. First pitch ripped in for a called strike. On the other side, it will be Addison Gillett, Haley Blake, and Mara Pickering to lead off the inning for the Bulldog Bats. Another pitch coming, that one upstairs, and the count evens at 1-1. I mentioned we've already said goodbye to 16 of our area teams at regionals. Bennington trying to become the third to get to state. That task very challenging here against a Rosville team that has come down to earth to play 1 and 2A schools finally at the end of their season. That ball lifted up out to left. Nisbeth comes in and makes the catch. And that will end the second inning, but not before Rosville plates 4 big runs. They take a 5-0 lead into the home half of the second. We'll have it for you when we return on the Salina Post Sports Network. Coverage today is presented by Bennington State Bank.
Salina Surgical Hospital is a high-quality surgical facility with a comfortable and home-like atmosphere. Together with our community's greatest doctors, we are committed to a patient care model where exceptional satisfaction is the norm and every patient feels like they are treated with respect, dignity, and compassion. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local community-involved physicians. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure with us. Salina Surgical Hospital. Your voice, your choice.
Whether on the field, court, or in the operating room, experience matters. A coach loves an experienced team just like a patient values an experienced doctor. Salina Ortho has ABOS board-certified physicians with over 40 years of orthopedic service. If you need help staying active or just want to discuss options regarding the newest techniques and services and specialties that Salina Ortho provides, see one of our trusted physicians or visit salinaortho.com. Salina Ortho, your voice, your choice, past, present, and future.
Regional coverage brought to you by Bennington State Bank. It'll be Addison Gillett, Haley Blake, and Mara Pickering to lead off the second against Addie Henry. And boy, it's been so far all Rossville. They scored 1 in the first. They picked up 4 in the second. They are feeling good. Bennington trying to get their bats rolling here. This ball popped up, sinking, not nearly fast enough as Whitmore drifts over and makes the catch for out number 1. A reminder, the Davidson Agency understands today's farming operation and can help determine the best insurance coverage for your farm. The Davidson Agency proudly represents Buckeye Insurance Group and wants to be your hometown insurance agent. The Davidson Agency and Buckeye Insurance Group working together to protect you. This pitch zipped in but called a ball. Haley Blake, who had a perfect 4-for-4 day with 4 singles, 3 runs scored, and 2 RBI. And she's now trying to get some of the runs she lost back as this one misses high and away. A good job trying to frame it by Mitchell. I'm sure she's framed a few pitches in her day. Both of these teams playing for a strong senior class. For Rossville, as far as the impact players go, you've got Maggie Sanders, Brooke Springer, Lily Mitchell, and Shaylee Hubble. Of course, for Bennington, as far as the big impact seniors go, Haley Blake, Claire Sanger, Kaylin Gurley, and Kaylee Nisbeth. Those are the main 4. As Blake takes inside, called a strike, and the count goes to 3-1. Gotta get something going here. 1 gone in the inning. Still a lot of softball left to be played as long as Rossville's pace slows a little bit. That's in the dirt. Ball 4, and Haley Blake will take her base. Just long enough to be replaced by Hodges, who was out of the dugout immediately. Or sorry, Latham. I keep doing that. Allie Latham in to run for Haley Blake. Was informed of that roster change a bit late. Samara Pickering grabs a bat with a runner aboard at first. Her team down by 5. Every little bit helps, trying to chip away at the lead. First pitch very low, but swung at by Pickering and fouled back to the backstop. It'll be fascinating, across really all classifications to see who comes out of these regionals. And it'll be even more interesting when you remember that there are only 4 sites for the quarterfinal round. So Keisha has really mixed things up. Regardless of whether you're a 1A school or a 6A school, you've got the same 4 sites as Latham moves up to second on the wild pitch. In case you're curious as to where one of these two teams might be headed, your options are as follows. Salina South, as that ball is popped up, drifting out is Springer, and she will make the catch herself for out number 2. Salina South, Topeka and Vista Softball Complex, Baker University, and the Emporia Trustler Sports Complex. Those 4 sites will host all of the opening round games, and then they'll sort it out and get back to more of a traditional tournament format for the semifinals and finals. Alta Noon fouls away the first pitch that she sees here. As far as that traditional format goes, that we do know, as the softball tournament will be played at Rock Chalk Park. That's Aroka Ballpark for Class 1 2A. This ball popped up by Noon, and it looks like it's going to be, well, no, that time Whitmore comes over and makes the play herself. The result is the same. Bennington is retired in the second. They still trail at 5-0. Take a break. We're back with more in just a bit on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, brought to you today by Bennington State Bank.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Welcome back in here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Coverage of this regional brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Also want to thank Twin Valley Schools. Small classes, big opportunities in Bennington and Teskett. For the Lady Dogs of Rosville, following that big 4-run inning in the second, it'll be Addie Henry, Nora Mitchell, and Shaylee Hubble to lead it off. Haley Blake, a fresh frame to work with here. And a quick note, I had mentioned before the 1-2A tournament at Rock Chalk Park. It's actually 1, 2, 3, and 4A that will all play in Lawrence, and then 5A and 6A will play on the campus of Wichita State University at Wilkins Stadium. On the flip side of that coin, as Blake brings home the pitch, weak contact, should be easy work, and it is for Gillett. That's one gone here in the third. On the other side, Wichita State's X Stadium will host classes 5 and 6A. And KU at Hoagland Stadium will host 1 through 4A. Pitch on the way, fouled back here by Nora Mitchell. Mitchell struck out looking her first time up. That came back in the second inning. Bennington just needs a quick inning here. You got the top of the lineup coming up on the other side. If you can work a 1-2-3, you like their chances of getting some runs on the board. This is a great Rossville defense. I think that's an underrated part of their game. But you still have to remember, if there's one hole in Rossville's game, it has been pitching this year, if you want to call it that. Here, it's another weak shot. It almost fell in, but Caswell is able to glove it, and that's 2 gone, with Shaylee Hubble coming to the dish. Hubble was able to reach on an infield single in the second. She came in to score the first of those 4 Rossville runs. Haley Blake back in the circle, brings home the first pitch. It's another pop-up, and it's a 1-2-3. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Lady Bulldogs of Bennington. We'll head to the home half of the third. Bennington looking to eat into this 5-run lead when we return down to Rossville. Regional coverage brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Welcome back in here on the campus of Bennington High School. The Lady Bulldogs worked a quick 1-2-3. That's the Lady Bulldogs of Bennington, as we have battle of the Bulldogs here in the regional championship game. Gracie Caswell, Brooklyn Merck, and Riley Benin to lead off the third. Bennington still looking to get on the board for the first time today. It was a big 4-run outburst in the second inning that gave Rosville their lead. And Bennington with work to do here in the third. Facing against Addie Henry for another inning, and that one misses high. The count begins at 2-0. Gracie Caswell's been the typical table setter. She gets on base at a .521 average this year, leads the team with 38 hits. Okay, 39 hits as Gracie Caswell pokes one into right field. And for the first time today, Bennington has the leadoff runner aboard with nobody out. Brooklyn Merck, the next to stand in for the Lady Bulldogs. Merck, a junior, batting .450. She gets on base even more frequently, a .629 on-base percentage. And right now for Bennington, you can't get it all back at once. There's no 5-run swing. Just got to go one at a time here. Gracie Caswell has not been shy about stealing bases, but you also wonder how aggressive Bennington is willing to be down by 5. This is the best part of the lineup up here. That ball struck well, still carrying. It is off the fence. Caswell will hold up at third. It's a stand-up double for Brooklyn Merck. And the Lady Bulldogs of Bennington are in business here in the third. 2 runners in scoring position. Riley Benin at the plate. Brooklyn Clark on deck. Bennington did strand 2 runners in scoring position back in the first. They did 1 in the second. But you have to feel like this is the best chance that the Lady Bulldogs have had today to get on the board. 5-0. Henry brings home the first pitch. Benin was on it, but she's a little underneath. And she will have to straighten it out, still facing off against Addie Henry. That's been the one knock on Henry this year, a 4.40 ERA. Henry back in the circle. 0-1 to Benin. Softly rolled. Sanders throw to first in time. Runner coming to the plate. And they did not get her. Gracie Caswell, a mad dash home, and Bennington is on the board. Riley Benin will not technically get credit. Well, you know what? We'll give her the RBI. Brooklyn Merck stays put at second base, and all of a sudden it's only a 4-run lead for Rosville. Brooklyn Clark, who walked in the first inning, stands in at the ready. Big swing and a miss. Boy, trying to park it behind the tree line. Comes up empty. Sometimes you just got to see that first runner come across. The shutout's gone, the no-hitter's gone, and now you can focus up on playing some softball and getting to work. Pitch to Clark. That one given a ride, but to straightaway center. Pirine will make the catch. And it's 2 gone here in the third. So it falls to Kaylee Nisbeth to try to keep the inning going here for the Lady Bulldogs. It was a single by Caswell, a double by Merck, the RBI ground out for Benin, and a fly out from Brooklyn Clark. That puts us here 2 away in the inning. 5-1 lead for Rosville. The Lady Dogs trying to get out of the inning without any more runs coming across. First pitch is in the dirt. Good stop there by Mitchell. She's made some good defensive plays already today. Rosville, of course, 2-time state champions, 2000 and 2023. So you don't have to go all that far back in the record books to find the last time the Lady Dogs became the queens of, at the time, 3A. Nisbeth facing a 2-0 count. We'll see how patient she wants to be. Addie Henry brings it home. That's high, ball 3. Addison Gillett, then Haley Blake, the two due up next. Everybody hit 1 through 9 in the semifinal win over Valley Falls. 3 balls, no strikes. I would imagine Nisbeth going to be taking here. Although you never know. She's very aggressive. Well, she'll take that. And that is ball 4. It's a walk to put Kaylee Nisbeth aboard. And it brings up Addison Gillett. Gillett this season, like many ahead of her, has been excellent. The junior batting .377, 23 hits. Only 1 home run on the year, but you're not trying to get all the runs back at once. 23 RBI, pitch to Gillett, called a strike on the outer half. Boy, you just feel the intensity and the weight of every single pitch in an elimination game. And that is the energy that we have seen today. Henry back to work. Gillett digs in, 0 for 1 with a pop out her first time up to lead off the second. And that's the other thing. We've already seen second time through the order, Bennington has looked better. Their only 3 base runners came on walks the first time through. They've already had 2 hits the second time through here in the third. This one also low at the knees. And the count to 2 balls and 1 strike on the Lady Bulldog first baseman. 2 gone in the inning. Addie Henry looking for 1 more good pitch to get her team out of it, get those bats back up for Rosville. That one misses, high and away. Walks have been a problem for Henry today. She's already walked 4. If she walks another, she risks loading the bases for Haley Blake. 3 balls, 1 strike, a dream hitter's count for Addison Gillett. And Gillett tips it back to the mitt. The count is full, and Rosville is 1 strike away from putting the third to bed. Bennington trying to keep it rolling. They got their first run this inning. They'd like to find more. Already got the runners aboard. Payoff pitch. That one struck out to right, but Burdick can't handle it. 1 run comes in to score. It's an E7. And Bennington with their second run of the day on a misplayed ball out in right. Kaylee Nisbeth moves up to third. Addison Gillett aboard at first. And here comes Haley Blake. A rare defensive miscue for the Rosville Lady Dogs. Not the easiest play, but if you ask Burdick, she would tell you she should have made the play. Haley Blake takes the first pitch. It is just low at the knees for ball 1. Blake this season batting .351. She's driven in 16 runs. She was 4 for 4 with 4 singles in the first game today. Pitch to Blake, swing and a miss, and the count evens at 1-1. This is a great chance for Haley Blake. Like I said, she's the pitcher that gave up the runs. She can earn some of them back here herself. Nisbeth runs with good speed. This is not going to do it, though. It's a pop-up, drifting over, and making the catch is Sanders. And that will put a stop to the third inning, but not before Bennington gets on the scoreboard. They take 2 runs into the fourth. It is a 5-2 Rosville lead. We'll have more when we come back. It's brought to you today by Bennington State Bank.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Ready to take your nursing career to the next level? Memorial Health System in Abilene is hiring full-time registered nurses for their hospital emergency department, and they've got the perks to match. Sign-on bonuses, shift and weekend differentials, a child care stipend, and tuition reimbursement to keep you moving forward. Bring your skills where they'll make the biggest impact, right here in Abilene. Apply today at srhc.com. That's srhc.com to apply for this opening at Memorial Health System in Abilene, taking care of you so you can take care of others.
Maggie Sanders, Brooke Springer, and Fallon Clermont to lead off the fourth inning here for the Rosville Lady Dogs. They got one run across in the first. They screamed out with 4 runs in the second, including a 2-run shot for Kenna Pirine. But after that, in the third inning, it was a quick 1-2-3 worked by Haley Blake. And Blake looking to pick up where she left off against Sanders. Sanders, though, hit the RBI double that got Rossville's second run across, and then she herself came in to score the third of those runs. So Sanders, a strong presence at the plate. Here it's Sanders trying to set the table. The 1-1. That one hit well in basically the same exact spot. And Maggie Sanders starts her day with 2 big hits. A double and an RBI in the second and a single to lead off the fourth. And here comes the top of the lineup and Brooke Springer. Springer has flown out twice today, both to the outfield. At an F7 in the first and F8 in the second. Here she squares to bunt. Cannot get that in play. For as much as Rossville likes to hit for power and just kind of let the bats do the talking, remember they are good at playing small ball too. Ton of speed up and down this Rossville Lady Dog lineup. Here swinging away is Springer, and she will foul this one away as the sun has come back out. And who knows, maybe we won't need the lights after all. Starting to get the longer days here in the middle of May. 0-2 count. Haley Blake looking for the first out of the inning. Brings home the pitch. This one is chopped, grabbed. They try to go the short way. It's in and out of the mid of Caswell. I know if you're Brooklyn Clark, you've made that play 1,000 times. But that is, yeah, that's just tough. You want to get the lead runner, I get it. But it's a tougher play for Caswell than for Gillett. And it's 2 aboard with nobody out for Fallon Clermont. First pitch to Clermont. She squares to bunt. That's popped up. There, it's caught. And nobody there to cover second base. I mean, you can't fault Pickering for not covering second from center. But one way or another, that's an out. And a crucial one at that. But here comes Kenna Pirine, and the Rossville fans remember what she did last time up. It was a 2-run home run. It was her 8th of the year. Solid swing, but she'll foul this one away. Today, Kenna Pirine has been hit by a pitch, hit a 2-run home run, and come in to score 2 runs in this regional final. Her third at bat comes here in the 4th inning. Pitch from Blake. That one struck well. A diving catch by Pickering. Hats off. Pickering with a diving save, and that probably kept 2 runs off the board for Rossville. My goodness. Mara Pickering. 2 gone. But a tip of the cap out in center field, and it falls to Claire Whitmore to keep the inning going. Pitch to Whitmore in for a strike. Whitmore today, an RBI single, a walk in her 2 plate appearances. Her team leading, but only by 3. Pitch on the way. That one also in there for a strike, and the count is 0-2. You see Haley Blake starting to find her rhythm. From the circle, Haley Blake kicks and brings it home. That one shot to second. Caswell flips to first, and that's the end of the inning. And Rosville threatens but cannot strike. Bennington only down by 3. We'll have another frame when we come back. To the bottom of the fourth we go. You're watching regional coverage. It's brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
Lily Pad Septic, this is Callie, where we can get you a flush in a rush. How can we help you flush today?
Oh, it smells like something died out by my septic tank. It's bad.
Oh no, I know that smell you're talking about. Cole!
I smelt it from here.
Flush the freakishly fast frog.
I'll follow the funk. It's not a dead animal, sir. It's your septic tank venting gases. Oof. She's full, real full.
That's the smell.
I've got to get back and tell Callie. Callie, he needs a pump out, quick.
Already got a pump truck rolling.
If you need a flush and a rush, call Lily Pad Septic.
We guarantee to inspect your septic issues within 24 hours.
Or you get a free septic tank pump out worth $399.
Lily Pad Septic.
We'll be there in a splash.
Callie, quick, kiss me. That stink stuck to my skin.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, good. I can smell other things again.
Welcome back to Bennington High School, where we have had a pitching change. Fallon Clerman, who picked up the win in game number 1, is being brought in relief of Addie Henry, who goes the first 2 innings of this game. She'll start her time in the circle with Mara Pickering, Alta Noon, and Gracie Caswell. So that does mean the book does close on Addie Henry, who gives up 2 runs, 1 earned on 2 hits. Here's maybe the reason she got pulled: 4 walks and no strikeouts, and she turns it over to Fallon Clerman, who was out in left. See if we can't figure out where everybody else has gone, as I'm sure things changing up a little bit. Still Mitchell catching, trying to see where the defensive substitute was. Addie Henry is now at first. I think that's Hubble out in the left. So a new pitcher to face. Bennington trying to take advantage, and well, that's a good start. It's a 4-pitch walk to Mara Pickering. The leadoff runner is aboard, and Bennington has Alta Noon coming to the plate. Noon, I don't know what it is, man, but Salina Post has juiced the numbers of Alta Noon this year. She has 12 hits this season. We've had 6 of them in the 5 games we've broadcast. Noon squares to bunt, pulls it back, and she'll take the first pitch off the plate for a ball. Fallon Clerman, a sophomore, making her 17th appearance of the year. 3.4 ERA, that is best on the team. A 1.26 whip, also best on the team. 48 strikeouts to 24 walks, 5 hit batters. Opponents hit 240 off of Clerman this year. This ball in the dirt, runner takes off. Mara Pickering takes a bag on a pass ball. And just immediately, the coaching staff is going to come out and have a chat with Clerman. There are only 3 pitchers that have really seen time this year: Shaylee Hubble, Fallon Clerman, and Addie Henry. And I can't imagine they'd be lifting Clerman. Hey, while we've got a break in the action, I want you to remember, as a farmer, protecting your farm from the unexpected is a priority. The Davidson Agency and Buckeye Insurance Group will make certain you have the coverage you need for the times you need it most. The Davidson Agency proudly represents Buckeye Insurance Group and wants to be your hometown insurance agent. The Davidson Agency and Buckeye Insurance Group working together to protect you. A 2-0 count to Alta Noon. The top of the lineup is looming, and Bennington is trying to ride the momentum to get themselves back into this game. The dugout is electric. They want to see Alta Noon get on here. Noon lays down a bunt. It's a beauty. Mitchell picks it up. Throw to first is in time. But Mara Pickering does move up another 60 feet, and the sack bunt does its job. It also brings up the top of the order here with Gracie Caswell, as we've got a coach out and chatting with the home plate umpire about something here. That was a good recovery by Mitchell. I know that bunt was right in front of her, but still, for Mitchell to get a throw off in time there, that's not an easy play to make. So Gracie Caswell, 1 for 2 today, a single and a fly out to center field. Caswell trying to bring in another run if she can. It would be a two-run game. They're going to have a chance to get the runner at the plate. Throw back down to third, not in time. And Caswell's headed to second. Gracie Caswell will succeed. Give her an infield single. And then she moves up to take second base, and it looks like Mara Pickering was a little slow to get up. And she is holding her back just below the number. We also want to thank Twin Valley Schools for helping bring you today's game. Small classes, big opportunities in Bennington and Tesket. Obviously, we hope that Pickering is okay. She is a big part of what this team does in all regards. You know, it's crazy to think about it like this, but as Brooklyn Merck steps to the plate, she represents a tying run. There's only one out in the inning. Brooklyn Merck, Riley Benin, and Brooklyn Clark, the next three to grab a bat. What a golden opportunity this is for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. And against a team as good as Rosville, you don't know how many more chances like this you're going to get. Merck already has a double today. Here she squares to bunt. She pulls it back. And you wonder if Bennington is trying to bunt in a run here. I've seen some crazy things. Merck's got an excellent swing. You also wonder if she's maybe just trying to give this defense something to think about before she swings away. Either way, Bennington, their backs to the wall. What do they have? Rossville led 5-0 on the strength of a 2-run home run. It looked like it was coming up all Rossville. Bennington fought back. They got 2 runs in the 3rd inning. They've got the best part of their lineup up with 2 in scoring position. Merck fouls it off, and the count goes to 1-2. The one thing you can't have here is a strikeout. I mean, a ball on the ground, you give yourself a chance to score the run. Anything up in the air, unless it's on the infield, you give yourself a chance to bring him in on a sac fly. Klerman knows this is a big pitch. 1-2 to one of the most dangerous bats in 1-2A. And it's in the dirt, ball 2, but I'll tell you what, that's a nasty pitch by Klerman. That thing starts right where you want to swing. Merck took a step at it. She'll leave it there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away, and 2 runners in scoring position for Bennington. The 2-2 pitch, high ball 3. This inning started with a walk to Pickering, who's now aboard at 3rd. Then a sac bunt got her to 2nd. Gracie Caswell hit an infield single. First base is open, but you don't want to walk the bases loaded here. 3-2, payoff to Merck. Ball 4. Bennington has loaded the bases. And here comes Riley Benin. This group of Lady Bulldogs for Bennington has been playing together since they were kids. Benin has been a part of that core throughout her entire life, and every one of them dreamed of a chance to take it at bat just like this one. Bases loaded, tying runner aboard. First pitch in there for a strike to Riley Benin. Benin today reached on a walk. She has an RBI ground out in the 2 games today. She does not yet have a hit. She is due. Oh, 1 to Benin, called strike 2. Brooklyn Clark is in the on-deck circle, but this is a golden opportunity for Bennington to get some runs across. Mara Pickering aboard at third, Gracie Caswell at second, Brooklyn Merck at first. The 0-2, oh, that's right into the glove of Henry, and she'll tag the bag to double off the runner. Rosville catches a huge break, and that's going to end the fourth. To the fifth we go. It's still a 5-2 Rosville lead. You're watching right here on Salina Post, courtesy of Bennington State Bank.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC. The Bennington State.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
Welcome back in to regional softball coverage presented by Bennington State Bank. Also want to thank Hire Scott Mortuary. They want to wish you a very safe and very fun Memorial Day weekend. And boy, it appears that Memorial Day itself, Monday, is going to be the start of the 4A state tournament. We'll do our best to see if we can't get down and cover the Chapman Lady Irish. We'd also love to be covering Bennington. We'll see if the Lady Bulldogs can find a way to pull this out. But boy, that was a brutal double play as Riley Benin popped out to the first baseman who tagged the bag, and that ends a bases-loaded one-out opportunity. Now Bennington needs another clean inning of work. The last two innings, they've kept Rossville off the board. It's Nora Burdick, Addie Henry, and Nora Mitchell to lead things off here for Rossville. 0-1 the count. Haley Blake brings it home. Way out in front is Nora Burdick. And the count to 0-2. Blake has not been overpowering this season. She's not needed to be, for the most part, content to put it in the zone and trust her defense. 0-2 to Burdick at the knees. Good take there by Burdick. She'll leave it right there. Mentioned Rossville, state champions in 2023, state champions in 2000. I believe 24, maybe 25, the last time they appeared at state. Bennington has never appeared in a state tournament. The furthest they've ever gotten, they set the record 2 years ago as they reached the regional final. That has become commonplace. This is the third regional final in a row that the Lady Bulldogs of Bennington have been to. Now they're trying to find a way to win it and get themselves over the hump. In there, strike three. Nora Burdick can only watch it go by. That is the second strikeout of the game for Haley Blake. And it's one down for Addie Henry. This is not Addie Henry. Matter of fact, this isn't even somebody that I had on my initial sheet. When you go through and do all the prep, you kind of take anybody off of the stat sheet that doesn't have a qualifying number of at-bats. And Rossville is going to try something completely new here. This is freshman Sawyer Bunk. Oh. Quick correction on my part. Rossville turns here to Chloe Hutchinson, the sophomore. It's the great thing about sitting amongst the fans. You mess something up, somebody will let you know. So Chloe Hutchinson in here for Addie Henry. And Hutchinson is 18. She's in 25 right now. Pitch to her. Did that get her? No, it just missed inside in the count. 2-3-1. Be interesting to see how this plays out in the field, too. Henry was playing first. Well, you know what? That'll work. Hutchinson comes in, and her first plate appearance of the day in either game is a walk. So Nora Mitchell comes up to bat next for this Rosville squad. And I'll tell you what, if you're Bennington, you feel like you got to get out of the inning without facing the top of the lineup. Ideally without facing Maggie Sanders, who's been swinging a hot bat. This ball popped down the line. It'll find its way into foul territory, and the count will begin at 0-1. Want to remind you, today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Kansas Bankers Technologies, your trusted partner in bank-focused IT strategy and compliance. Haley Blake brings it home to Nora Mitchell. That misses low and inside, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Shaylee Hubble, 2 up next. Then Maggie Sanders, who is 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Trying to avoid pitching to her in this inning. Here, it's another weak pop-up, and it's snagged by Merck for the second out of the inning. Both teams have had chances to blow the game open. 5 runners stranded by Rosville, 5 runners stranded by Bennington, including the bases loaded back in that 4th inning. Shaylee Hubble at the plate, pitch to her, it's in for a strike. We'll try the back pick, that is not in time. 0-1 the count to start things off on Hubble, an infield single and an infield pop-out in her 2 plate appearances thus far. Pitch on the way. Swing and a ball tip foul back to the screen, and the count goes to 0-2. Haley Blake, 1 good pitch away from getting her bats back up. It'll be the heart of the order, Brooklyn Clark, Kaylee Nisbeth, and Addison Gillett. Then Haley Blake if they can get to her. The 0-2, up and out, and the count's 2-1-2. Shaylee Hubble this season, a senior, batting .279. 19 hits, 11 RBI. Lifts this one out to right. Alta Noon coming in, makes the catch. And that will end the top of the 5th. We go to the home half of the inning. It's still a 5-2 Rosville lead. Bennington up to bat when we return. Coverage today is presented by Bennington State Bank.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hardworking diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
The sun is starting to set both literally and metaphorically over this 1-2A regional. It's Brooklyn Clark, Kaylee Nisbeth, and Addison Gillett to lead off the 5th for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. Bennington and Rosville, one team goes home, the other goes to the 1-2A state tournament. Bennington trying to do that for the first time in school history. Lady Bulldogs, boy, they've had chances. They've stranded 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and 2 in the fourth. They had the bases loaded in the 4th inning with 2 away. Sorry, with 1 away, but it was a pop out and then a tag of first to close out the inning. Still a decent chunk of softball left to be played, but if you're Bennington, you want to put yourself at least within 2 here in the 5th. Brooklyn Clark is 0 for 1, and she gets caught chasing a pitch well outside. They will check it down to first, but that is a huge strikeout and a big out recorded by the new pitcher in Fallon Clerman. Clerman's first official strikeout. She came in relief of Addie Henry. Wondered about Henry. She's still out there. She is still playing first base, so you wonder if she'll reclaim her spot in the lineup. In the meantime, Kaylee Nisbeth is the batter. Nisbeth is 0 for 1 with a walk and a pop-out in this game. most of the real damage, well, all of the damage in terms of runs was done in the third inning. That's where Bennington strung together a single, a double, an error, and a walk to bring in 2 runs. Since then, they have threatened, but they've not brought anything in to score. They're still within just 3, and you feel like things are coming together on the other side. But they've got to find a way to scrape a couple across. They know that better than anyone. 1-2 is the count. Nisbeth stands back in. Here comes the pitch. It's in the dirt. The count goes even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. A reminder, our softball coverage continues tomorrow. We'll be in Gypsum, Kansas to cover southeast of Saline's regional run as they try to make it state in 3A. 2-2. Low outside in the dirt. It's a full count to Kaylee Nisbeth. More than half of the base runners for Bennington today have come on walks. In this entire game, they have only 3 hits, but they have reached on 5 walks. Klerman has to avoid that fate here. 3-2. Strike 3. Yep. No, strike 2. Thought the count was full, but it was 3-1. Nisbeth took that one. Now the count is 3-2. Klerman brings home the payoff to Nisbeth. She'll chop it foul. We'll do it again. I like the call to go to foul and Klerman. Addie Henry had some control issues through the first 3 innings, got touched up for the 2 runs. Since then, Klerman's looked solid. She was the one that took them the distance in the win over Sacred Heart earlier today. 3-2 pitch, hit on the ground, awkwardly gloved, but Whitmore recovers and records the second out of the inning. Addison Gillett comes to the plate. For as good as Rosville has been, they've not recorded a 1-2-3 inning, although a few ever do against this Bennington lineup. Lady Bulldogs have been stellar this year at the plate. Won't save them if they can't come up with a few more runs here, though, in a 5-2 ball game. That's in there for a called strike. Looking through the record books, no team this season has held Bennington to 2 or fewer runs ever. Hasn't happened. Rosville on pace to do that, but you feel like Bennington's got a run or 2 or maybe 3 or 4 in them here. They're going to have to find it as they are down to their final 7 outs. Klerman checks the armband. Gillett reached on an error earlier today. She'll take this. It's in there for a called strike. And the count to 2-1. Gillett standing in at the ready, trying to restart a rally with 2 outs. Hits this one on the ground, but Springer's got it. She'll throw to first, and for the first time today, it's a 3-up, 3-down inning recorded by Rosville. Lady Dogs up to bat when we return. To the 6th inning we go. It's still a 5-2 lead for Rosville. You're watching regional baseball softball coverage. It's presented today by Bennington State Bank.
Salina Surgical Hospital is a high-quality surgical facility with a comfortable and home-like atmosphere. Together with our community's greatest doctors, we are committed to a patient care model where exceptional satisfaction is the norm and every patient feels like they are treated with respect, dignity, and compassion. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local community-involved physicians. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure with us. Salina Surgical Hospital. Your voice, your choice.
For the Rosville Lady Dogs, they will send 3 of their best to the plate to lead off the 6th inning. Maggie Sanders, who's been hitting the cover off the ball today. She's got an RBI double and a single already. She'll lead it off, and then it's Brooke Springer and Fallon Klerman. Springer due for a big hit. She's 0 for 3. But Sanders will lead it off. And for the 9-hole hitter, I mean, not the prototypical rollover type hitter. Maggie Sanders is a senior. You look at her numbers, she's been okay. 235 average, 353 slugging, only 12 hits on the year. She comes into this regional smacks a 2 RBI single in the semifinals, and she's been hitting the cover off everything here in the championship game. There, a big grin on her face. She knew she was out ahead of it. The count is even, 1 ball and 1 strike. Haley Blake brings it home. That one smashed foul. And a count to 1-2. Bennington, boy, you hope they get a few more opportunities. Even if you're, well, maybe not if you're a fan of Rosville, but I think if you're a fan of good softball, you want to see a chance for that team to climb back in. We've seen so many runners left on base. That one almost clips Maggie Sanders. But it does not quite. And the count is full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Haley Blake trying to extend her career, the senior. She's been the go-to pitcher for this team for all 4 years. Tipped into the mitt, strike 3. That's the 3rd strikeout of the day. Picked up by Haley Blake, and it's 1 down to flip it back to the top of the lineup, and Brooke Springer. Springer's had, let's call it a curious day today. Officially, she does have 1 hit. She's 0 for 3 in this one. And she, wow, I guess they say it hit her on the foot. So Brooke Springer gets to first base really the easiest way you can. 1 pitch, hit by pitch. She's aboard. Could prove to be a crucial insurance run for a Rossville team that leads by 3. Fallon Clermont at the plate. Brooke Springer this season, like everyone else, has stolen bases en masse. 14 for her this year. That one fouled back to the screen. Count goes even, 1-1. Kenna P. Ryan, who hit the 2-run home run back in the 2nd inning, stands in the on-deck circle. Things starting to cool off here in Bennington. Haley Blake brings home the 1-1. That's inside. That one almost got Clermont on the foot. Talked about the senior class for Bennington. You've got impact seniors on the other side. Brooke Springer, Lily Mitchell, Shaylee Hubble, the 3 biggest names to note. That ball is stopped by Merck, but it's still an infield single for Fallon Clermont. And that is going to put 2 aboard for Kenna Pirine, one of the most dangerous bats in the order. Rossville is going to go here for a courtesy runner, as the Lady Dogs want to get some fresh legs in over at first, and that is Maya Donovan. Freshman in to run for Clermont. Kenna Pirine hit by a pitch, 2-run home run. She would have had a 2 RBI double, too, if it weren't for a diving catch by Pickering. She'll take the first pitch in for a called strike. Kenna Pirine's numbers resemble the Terminator. She slugs .870. She has 7 home runs. She has 40 RBI. Pitch from Blake. Inside. Runner taken third, and Blake not paying attention. Now a throw down to second. That's not in time. This is why you can't check out mentally, not even a little bit. Springer takes third. Clermont takes second. And Blake kind of just had her head down and her shoulders squared a little bit. And both runners take a base. Only 1 gone. Pirine's got a chance to open this game back up for Rossville. Pitch misses high. And the count to 2-1. Kenna Pirine, a monster right now, just trying to keep the inning rolling for the Lady Dogs. That's just off the plate, and it's 3-1. Claire Whitmore is in the on-deck circle. She would be the next up for Rossville. Only 1 gone. Blake brings home the 3-1 pitch. It's inside. Nope, it's a called strike. And Pirine will have to come back. Little grimace on her face. Best on best here. Haley Blake. The payoff pitch. That's ball 4. And now Pirine will, in fact, take her base And they are loaded for Claire Whitmore. Whitmore in her sophomore campaign is batting .422. She is slugging .700. 38 hits, 10 doubles, 5 home runs, 34 RBI. She added another RBI earlier in this game. Here she squares and knocks this away. And I'm not saying this is the ball game, but you feel like for Bennington to have a chance, you need to get out of this frame ideally with nothing given up, maybe 1 run given up, but Rosville can break this game wide open. Pitch to Whitmore, chased it high. That one up above helmet level. Whitmore will stand back in here for the Rosville Lady Dogs. A golden opportunity to get some more runs across. They've not scored since the second inning. The 0-2 popped up and fouled away. We will do it again as that one finds its way into the grandstands back behind the broadcast booth. Count stays 0-2. Haley Blake looking for a crucial out, brings it home. In there, strike 3 called. It's 2 gone here in the 6th. Both outs have been strikeouts. And this is going to tell us a lot about how this game will go. Nora Burdick, 0 for 2, a walk and a strikeout, also a fly out to left. Takes the first pitch down and inside. And now Haley Blake only has to worry about the hitter. Burdick can break it open and extend the 3-run lead. Blake can get out of the inning unharmed. That one also missing down, and the count to 2-0. Nora Burdick, 31 hits, 19 RBI. She has 1 home run, 4 doubles on the year. That one smashed, but on a line and into the mitt of Nisbeth. And both teams strand the bases loaded as this game stays 5-2. We'll step away when we come back. Home half of the 6th. Bennington up to bat. Regional softball brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
At AJ Honey Farms, the honey is just the beginning. From raw honey and wax melts to happy bee balm and beekeeping gear, they've got everything buzzing with local flavor. Whether you're soothing a sore throat, starting your own hive, or gifting something sweet to a loved one, AJ Honey Farms brings the bees and the kind of sweetness only they can bottle.
This is Alan from AJ Honey Farms right here at 901 North 9th Street in Salina, Kansas. We truly appreciate your continued support and thank you for choosing local.
Welcome back to the regional softball tournament here at Bennington High School. As we go to the home half of the 6th inning, a ton of momentum for Bennington. They strand the bases loaded on a hard hit ball, but a line out to left field and into the glove of Kaylee Nisbeth. So as we pick up the action, it's 5-2 Rosville. They got all 5 runs in the first 2 innings. Bennington came back and got 2 in the 3rd. They stranded the bases loaded in the 4th. Haley Blake to lead things off for Bennington. Takes a called strike 1 at the knees to start things off. It'll be Haley Blake, Mara Pickering, and Alton Noon, the 7, 8, and 9 hole hitters. The top 3 in the lineup are guaranteed at least 1 more at bat. That one, also called a strike. I don't know, that one looked awfully inside. I've liked the ball in strike calls today. I think the umpiring crew's done a good job. That one looked a little inside. So Blake will have to get protective, facing Fallon Clerman, the sophomore pitcher. It's an awkward swing. It's sinking fast, and it's down. Haley Blake, a pitch she probably wishes she could have had back, and instead it's an infield single, and Bennington has, wait, no. That thing rolled foul. All right. Well, Haley Blake will have a chance to do it again. The count stays 0-2. Did not see that ball roll foul. Okay. Fallon Clerman, 1 pitch away from recording the first out. It's a big one. Blake takes it up the middle. That is through, and there you go. It's a leadoff single for Haley Blake, and Bennington will set up shop with nobody out, and Mara Pickering coming to the plate. Allie Latham will come in to run for Blake at first. It's still a 3-run ball game, but Bennington is down to their final 6 outs. Mara Pickering will stand in to face Fallon Clermont. First pitch from Clermont hit up the elevator shaft a mile high and caught by Clermont for out number 1. That's a big one to record, and it brings up Alta Noon. She started 3 for 3 in the semifinal. She's 0 for 3 since, including 0 for 2 in this game. A pop out to second and a sacrifice bunt in the 4th. Runner aboard at first. Clermont brings it home. That ball hits softly, falling into the glove of Whitmore. 2 gone. Boy, that one almost resembled the bloop single we saw earlier today. But here comes the top of the order. Gracie Caswell, Brooklyn Merck, Riley Benin, and Brooklyn Clark are all guaranteed at least one more plate appearance this season. Down to their final 4 outs. Pitch to Caswell in there for a called strike. Bennington stranded 2 runners, both in scoring position in the first, a runner in scoring position in the second, another in the third, and 2 more in the 4th. This game has felt much closer than the scoreboard has resembled all throughout. That one in the dirt. Good take by Caswell. 1 ball, 1 strike. Gracie Caswell today, an infield single, a normal single and a run scored, and a fly out to center. One to Gracie Caswell, caught chasing, and that will end the 6th. Bennington is down to their final 3 outs, but first Rosville will have one more chance to put some insurance runs on the board. We'll step away. We'll have the top of the 7th when we return. Regional softball brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Welcome back in. It's the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. We've been covering this regional all day long. A 10-0 win for Rosville over Sacred Heart. A 9-0 win over Valley Falls for Bennington. It has led us here. One final inning. Rosville up by 3. And they've got Addie Henry at the dish. She will reclaim her spot in the lineup from Chloe Hutchinson, who came in and reached on a walk back in the 5th. Rosville trying to close it out and punch a ticket to the state tournament. That one is hacked foul, and the count stays 0-2. It'll find its way onto the roof of the concession stands. Haley Blake looking to record 3 more outs and give her offense a chance. Pitch on the way. That ball struck well into the gap in right center. It's a leadoff single for Addie Henry. And Rosville thinking about scoring even more here in the 7th. Nora Mitchell will grab a bat next. You feel like if you're Bennington, you want to get these outs quick because you've got the top of the order coming up again, and they have been doing a lot of damage today. Squaring to bunt. This is popped up. It's a diving effort. Boy, Brooklyn Clark did not miss that by much. Full extension dive. Nora Mitchell will live to fight another pitch. Shaylee Hubble due up after that. Runner aboard at first, Haley Blake working from the circle. It's been an up and down day, but she has not conceded a run since that second inning. Squaring to bunt, pulling it back and taking strike two is Nora Mitchell, who is 0 for 3 today with a strikeout, a pop out, and another pop out, both on the infield. Blake brings home the pitch. That one struck well to right center. It is going to roll to the fence. Alton Noon picks it up. They will hold the runner. And it's a stand-up double for Nora Mitchell as Rosville has runners at second and third and nobody out. Shaylee Hubble, the next batter to the plate. We'll have another courtesy runner coming in here, I believe, for Nora Mitchell. Yes, we will. So, Shaylee Hubble, chance to bring in a few more runs. Rossville stranded 2 in the 4th. They stranded them loaded in the 6th. They stranded 1 in the 5th. And you just feel like Bennington has been playing with fire here. You wonder if it's going to come back to burn them. First pitch, low it inside to Shaylee Hubble. Things have cooled off here in Bennington. It's about 60 degrees. Fans reaching for the blankets. 1-0 the count. Haley Blake brings it home. That one's high, and the count to 2-0. On the other side, it will be Brooklyn Merck, Riley Benin, Brooklyn Clark, and then Kaylee Nisbeth if they can get to her up to bat. This ball popped up. It'll find its way here and back behind what I can only assume are some members of the Rossville baseball team. They won their regional yesterday, knocking off Mission Valley in the regional championship game. So Rossville could be one of the few teams in the state to get both their baseball and softball programs to the state tournament. Pitch to Hubble, swing and a miss, strike 2. Haley Blake, boy, a strikeout could go a long way here towards trying to preserve this. Blake from the windup brings it home. It is hit past the glove of Caswell. 1 run will score. They will wave Nora Mitchell in, and she scores 2. A 2 RBI single for Shaylee Hubble. And all of a sudden, it's a 7-2 Rossville lead. Maggie Sanders, the next up for the Lady Dogs. Sanders has been great today. A single, a double, an RBI, and a run scored. Big swing and a miss at the first pitch. Boy, that really complicates things too. You feel pretty good about a 3-run deficit. You can come back from that. And I'm not saying you can't come back from a 5-run deficit, but that's going to take some more logistical work. Here it's a bunt. Clark picks it up. Throw to first in time. 1 gone in the inning, but Hubble moves up another 60 feet. Sanders succeeds on the sac bunt, and now the top of the lineup will get another chance, including Brooke Springer. Springer today, a pair of flyouts, a fielder's choice, and a hit by pitch. First pitch to her, in there for a called strike. Fallon Clerman up next, then Kenna Pirine if they could get to her. Still just 1 gone in the inning. That ball struck well down the line. It is foul. And the count very loudly to 0-2. Springer is still in search of just her second hit of the 2-game set today. She was 1 for 3 in that first game. She's 0 for 3 here. The 0-2 from Blake is hit to Clark. It is off of Clark. She will pick it up and try to get the runner at second, and she will not. Brooke Springer reaches base, and they just keep coming to the Rossville Dogs. Fallon Klurman up to bat, a chance to give herself some run support. On the other side, she'll be the player responsible for trying to record the final 3 outs. She will take this one up here. Only 1 out in the inning. Would not be shocked if we see Klurman lay down a bunt. Although when you've got Pirine in the on-deck circle, maybe you just let her swing away and kind of see where the chips fall. It's been a great day for both of these teams, but Rosville, chance to continue pouring it on. Their first runs since the 2nd inning. They scored 1 in the first, 4 in the 2nd, and 2 so far in the 7th, and they're threatening to do even more here. Haley Blake brings home the 3-1. It's in there for strike 2, and the count rings full on Fallon Klurman. 37 hits for Klurman this season. 1 more would make 40 on the year. Here's the 3-1. It misses high, and the bases are loaded for Kenna Pirine. Coach Siskowski wants to come out and chat with Haley Blake. Like I said, you're not going to lift her here. Kaylin Gurley has 5 innings pitched this season. They also have Haley's younger sister, but it's going to be Haley Blake. I mean, you let your ace finish out a game like this even if things get out of hand. But you've got to approach one of the toughest hitters in this Rossville lineup in Kenna Pirine, who already has a 2-run home run in this game. That was her 7th home run of the season. And she gets a chance to bat here with the bases loaded and 1 out in the inning. Shaylee Hubble at third, Brooke Springer at second, Fallon Klurman at first. High and outside on the first pitch. Pirine, aside from the 2 big plate appearances, has also flown out to center and walked today. Pitch comes home. That ball yanked, but foul. Boy, if it was fair, it was gone, and by a good while. That thing rolled to the edge of the baseball fence. And it delights the Rossville crowd. They have traveled in droves to be here today. 1-1 the count. Haley Blake trying to get her team back up to bat one last time. 1-1 pitch, just missed outside, and the count to 2-1. Blake brings home another. That is low and inside, and there's nowhere to put her. Kenna Pirine, the most dangerous hitter in this lineup. Already a home run today. 3-1 pitch. And another one struck well but foul on the run. That is caught by Kaylee Nisbeth. I mean, you got to say that's the right call, but it does allow the runner to come in, and it will be an SF7 to add another run to the board here for Rossville. Shaylee Hubble comes in to score the 3rd run of the inning. It is now a 6-run Rossville lead. Brooke Springer tagged and went to 3rd. Klurman moved up to 2nd. And it's Claire Whitmore at the dish. Whitmore, a walk, a single, a ground out, and a strikeout looking. Pitch comes home. Misses in the dirt. Whitmore takes the 1-1, fouls it off. Count goes to 1-2 strikes. Rossville closing in. They can taste it. This is all for insurance. They know that if they can get themselves back out there, they just need 3 more outs. And it's all over. The 1-2. That one struck well. Carrying back is Pickering. It's over the wall. That is gonna do it. It's a 3-run home run for Claire Whitmore. And the Rosville Lady Dogs take a 10-run lead. My goodness. And a correction on my part, it is a 9-run lead, 11-2. Claire Whitmore, a 3-run home run. And things looking very dire for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. We've seen some crazy things, but Bennington is going to need a miracle of biblical proportions. And there's still only 2 outs in the inning. Nora Burdick standing in. First pitch in for a strike. Burdick, a walk, a fly out, a strikeout, and a line out. This is the 5th time through the lineup for Rosville. Blake brings it home. It's popped up. Drifting over is Gillett. And she can't make the catch. Things starting to snowball just a little bit here on the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. Oh, and 2 the count. Nora Burdick trying to continue this run for Rosville. Hit hard on the ground. Merck can't get the throw off in time. It's an infield single, and the inning continues for the Lady Dogs. It's been almost all hits, too. I mean, you go back and look at how this started. Single, double, single, sack bunt, single walk, sack fly, 3-run home run. Now another single for Burdick, and it brings up Addie Henry, who started all of this with that first single of the day. 11-2 is the score. Burdick aboard. This one hit on the ground, scooped up, throw to first in time, and finally the nightmare is over. But Rosville gets 6 runs, and they turn a 3-run lead into a 9-run lead. Bennington looking for a miracle when we come back. Coverage today has been brought to you by Bennington State Bank.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Welcome back to Bennington High School. The good news is the Lady Bulldogs have their best bats up. Brooklyn Merck, Riley Benin, and Brooklyn Clark. The bad news is they went into the 7th inning only down by 3, and now they're down by 9. Rosville has scored 10 of their 11 runs in just 2 innings. They got 1 in the first, 4 in the second, and 6 in the 7th. So for Bennington, it is going to take everybody, and it's going to take a little luck as well. Brooklyn Merck will lead it off. A double, a walk, and a ground out in this game. And on to close it out is Fallon Clerman. Clerman's first pitch off speed in there for a called strike. Merck on the season, batting .450. Right now, just needing to set the table. There's no way to get 9 runs back all at once. 11-2. And for Rosville, it's been explosions. It's been a couple of big home runs. And it's been a team that just would not quit. Pitch to Merck, hit on the ground. That is through. And, well, if you want to start a rally, you got to start a rally. And that's exactly what Brooklyn Merck does with a leadoff single here in the 7th to give Bennington a little bit of life. That will bring up Riley Benin. Benin today has walked. She hit into an RBI ground out, and she hit into an unfortunate double play that ended the 4th inning and stranded the bases loaded. Chance to get some revenge here, though, for Riley Benin. Benin is only a junior. Remember, this team does not have a ton of seniors to speak of, but still a group that's been playing together for a long time, and they'd love to go out in style. This ball gets by. Merck will move up and take second, and they will let her. It's a pretty inconsequential run at second, but everything that happens, even the little stuff, can give you some momentum. Benin digs back in. Still a long way to go. Clermont looking for 3 outs to get her team to state. Oh, and a called strike. Inside makes it 2-1. Benin this year batting .362, slugging .580, hit a home run in the quarterfinals against Republic County. 2-1. Inside out swing, falling fast, it's down. Brooklyn Merck will hold up at third. Benin goes to second. And it's back-to-back singles to start the inning here for Bennington. And boy, you have to ask yourself what could have been if they didn't give up the 6 runs, because now you would have the tying run at the plate represented by Brooklyn Clark. But as it stands, it's going to take a whole lot more than that. Hey, good start, though. Brooklyn Merck with a single, Riley Benin with a single. 2 runners in scoring position, and the biggest power bat in the lineup at the plate in Brooklyn Clark. Clark is still in search of her first hit today. A walk, a strikeout, and a flyout. First pitch to her, it's in for a strike. A fastball from Clermont. If I'm Clermont, I'm not trying to overpitch anything here. You just put it in the zone and trust your defense to find you 3 outs. You've got a 9-run lead. That feels pretty safe at any level. This one hit on the ground. That get past Springer. Throw coming in. Benin holds up at third, and Brooklyn Clark has the inning's 3rd straight single. 1 run comes in to score. It's an 8-run Rosville lead. Rosville baseball team imploring their squad to try to make a little something happen here and get themselves out of this game. Kaylee Nisbeth is the next batter up here. Runners at the corners. Clark at third, Benin at first. Nisbeth in the box. First pitch in there for a strike. Runner goes. Brooklyn Clark will be given the bag. She will take second. 2 runners in scoring position, an 11-3 Rosville lead. They're looking to close it out. It's going to take everybody if Bennington's going to get this done. The heart of the order is due up now, but it'll take the bottom of the lineup too. Nisbeth gets the bunt down. The throw to first is in time. The runner coming to the plate. I don't know what that was all about, but it's a double play. And it's 2 gone, and Riley Benin, there's aggressive, and then there's that. I don't know if Coach Soskowski's center, but, I mean, there was never a chance there. Soskowski had a brief word with the home plate umpire about something. And now if you're Rosville, it's a pretty simple situation. You need 1 out. This game is over. Kaylee Nisbeth. Recorded out. It's a 1-3-2 double play. Addison Gillett takes one into center field. Another run comes in to score. Brooklyn Clark is in. Gillett the RBI, but if you don't send the runner, you probably score 1, maybe 2 there. And there's only one out. Instead, you've got 2 outs here. Haley Blake at the plate. Backs to the wall here for Bennington. They still trail by a whole lot. First pitch in the dirt. Got to be careful on the base paths as well. Addison Gillett aboard at first. Can't imagine she'll do anything too crazy. Her run, not all that consequential, but her out, very consequential. Pitch to Haley Blake, inside, ball 2. Mara Pickering in the on-deck circle, then Alton Noon, then the top of the lineup. 3 singles to start this inning. This game could have gone so many different ways. That one taken out to deep right field. It is caught. And the Rosville Lady Dogs are headed to the 1-2A state tournament. They hold on to win it. 11-0 is your, my goodness. 11-2 is your final. We'll step away, we'll wrap it up. When we come back, the Commercial Tire Center post-game report.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
A smooth ride and safe handling start with a strong suspension. At Commercial Tire Center in Salina, our team provides expert suspension maintenance and repair for both automotive and diesel vehicles. From shocks, struts, and steering to full mechanical service, our certified technicians help extend tire life and keep your vehicle road ready. Whether it's your everyday car or a hardworking diesel truck, count on Commercial Tire Center to keep you moving.
Commercial Tire Centers, where service is everything.
When the time comes to honor a life, Hire Scott Mortuary in Salina is here with care, compassion, and guidance every step of the way. Celebrate memories, cherish family, and find comfort in tradition. Hire Scott Mortuary, celebrating life, embracing legacy.
New Image Audio is offering ceramic tint. If you're sending your child off to school or your wife on a road trip, ceramic tint offers heat rejection up to 90%, privacy in a college town or in the city, helps keep the wear down on the AC system, making your car easier to cool down. Never worry about your kid locking their keys in their car. With Drone Mobile, you can unlock their car from anywhere. Vehicle breakdown in an unknown area, GPS locating helps roadside service find your loved one quickly with the ability to send the vehicle location directly to the rescue squad. New Image Audio, located at 340 South Broadway. Phone calls welcome.
At AJ Honey Farms, the honey is just the beginning. From raw honey and wax melts to happy bee balm and beekeeping gear, they've got everything buzzing with local flavor. Whether you're soothing a sore throat, starting your own hive, or gifting something sweet to a loved one, AJ Honey Farms brings the bees and the kind of sweetness only they can bottle.
This is Alan from AJ Honey Farms right here at 901 North 9th Street in Salina, Kansas. We truly appreciate your continued support and thank you for choosing local.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
4 walls and a roof can make a house, but a home, that's where life happens. First steps, backyard birthdays, morning coffee, sunsets on the porch. Home isn't something you buy, it's something you feel. And when it's right, you just know. For 22 years, Dan Goebel has helped people in Salina find that feeling. And now, he's here to help you. Your home is out there. Dan Goebel knows the way. Call 785-819-1904 or visit Salina Homes to find your way home.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Welcome back in here on the Commercial Tire Center postgame report. Boy, they took it off the scoreboard so quickly, I almost missed what the final score of this game was. It goes down 11-4 for Rosville, but boy, it's so much closer than that. I mean, you go back and look, this was a 3-run game for the majority. Rosville got out to a 5-0 lead. Bennington came back, they cut it to 5-2. And then it was scoreless until the 7th, but boy, in the 7th inning, Rosville ripped it open, including a 3-run home run by Claire Whitmore. 6 runs come across in the 7th. Bennington did manage to get 2 back in the 7th, but it goes down as an 11-4 win for the Rosville Lady Bulldogs. What a game and what a day for Rosville across the board. They beat Sacred Heart 10-0 to advance to the semifinals, and well, to get to the final, I should say, and then 11-4 to get to the 1-2A state tournament. Final numbers look like this. Rosville scores 11 runs on 13 hits. They strand 10 runners on base. They did not commit any errors. For Bennington, they scored 4 runs on 8 hits, left 9 runners on base, and committed 1 error. The loss goes to Haley Blake. The win goes to Addie Henry. This game took 1 hour and 55 minutes to complete. And boy, Addie Henry was okay, but Fallon Clerman came in. She really impressed with her performance out of the bullpen. Went 4 innings, gave up 2 runs on 5 hits, only walked 1, and struck out 1 as well. What a year for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs. They're going to wrap it up at 23-3. This snapped a 21-game winning streak for a Bennington team that obviously wanted to get to their first ever state tournament in 1-2A, but unfortunately not quite able to get it done when all was said and done. But hey, still hats off. What a year this was for the Bennington Lady Bulldogs, one that they will remember forever. And with that, well, it's the easiest Vernon Jewelers gem of the game that we give out all season long. The final game of a year like that, you got to tip your cap to the seniors. So tonight, Kaylee Nisbeth, Kaylin Gurley, JC Paulino, Claire Sanger, as well as Emily Korperick, Brooklyn Levin, Alta Noon, and Haley Blake. They will all share our Vernon Jewelers Gem of the Game award tonight. That is going to wrap up our coverage. Boy, it's been a day. We had all 3 games for you right here on YouTube, free of charge. We want to say a special thank you to the folks that made it happen, especially to Bennington State Bank, to the Davidson Agency, and to Twin Valley Schools for having us out. Bennington falls at the final hurdle. They come up just short, 11-4, at the hands of the Rosville Lady Dogs. Our coverage for regionals, it wraps up tomorrow. We'll be in Gypsum, weather willing, where we will cover southeast of Saline in the semifinals and hopefully the championship game as well. But one last time for Brian Dennett, I've been Tyler Henry. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's a great day for some high school softball. Rosville advances to state. They win at 11-4 over Bennington. You caught all 3 games today on Salina Post, courtesy of Bennington State Bank.
This has been a presentation of Eagle Media, Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine, and Salina Post Sports. This has been your Game of the Week.